Commissioner Grove, you were the man. I owe you one, sir.
Yep. Thanks for taking it for the team this week. Appreciate that.
You were awesome.
Nice backdrop, Ryan. I'm not sure where you are, but I want to be there.
I actually want to be there too. You cut your hair. I like
I did.
it.
Thanks. Baby hands like hair.
I know those. I know the reason. I remember those days.
That Sun Valley?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I was a couple of years ago. It was a blast.
Everything a couple of years ago was a blast.
Someday soon, we will be back there. How's baby?
He's good. He's a good boy. We're pretty lucky. He sleeps well now. I got 7.5 hours of sleep last night. It was amazing.
That is amazing. That did not happen to us. At least our first one did not.
Usually I get a 5 to 6 hour chunk, but last night he was generous with us. So
that is great.
Good evening, Commissioner. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir, Joe. We can hear you.
Awesome. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
With our quorum, I think Commissioner Casanelli may join us when he can.
Okay.
I'll just keep an eye out for him.
Sounds good. Madam Clerk, are we ready? If beyond that, we're good to go?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Meridian Planning and Zoning meeting for the date of December 17th. And let's start with roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Holland?
here.
Commissioner Grove? Here. Commissioner Yearsley?
Here.
Commissioner McCarville?
Here.
Commissioner Seal?
Here.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
Here.
Absent currently is Commissioner Casanelli.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. The first item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I have the only item that we will be, for those in the audience or on Zoom, that we will be opening Vincenza North Subdivision H 2020-0108 to continue that only. We will not be hearing that tonight. So with that notification, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Commissioner Casanelli. How are you, sir?
Great. How are you guys doing?
I don't see your head. You're floating in blue.
Yeah, I know. My
We kind of see you. So, Madam Clerk, you let the record show that Commissioner Casanelli joined us at 6:02.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
just a thanks for letting me know.
Sounds good. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have two items on the consent agenda. The approval of the minutes of the December 3rd, 2020 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and the findings and facts, conclusions of law for Connor Square, file number H 2020-0107. Is there anything on the consent agenda that needs to be pulled out or not? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so much. At this time, let me explain the kind of the public hearing process for this evening. We will open each item individually and then start with the staff report for that application. The staff will report on the findings and regarding how the application adheres to our comprehensive plan and uniform development code with the staff's recommendations. After the staff has made their presentation, the applicant will come forward either in person or on Zoom, and they'll have 15 minutes to provide their presentation on why the application should be approved or recommended for approval, and then respond to any comments from the commission. After that, we will allow the public testimony. So we have folks possibly in person in chambers, and then also obviously on Zoom as well. We appreciate you guys being flexible as we continue to do the work of the city by having this kind of dual platform world we're in as we deal with response to the pandemic. So as you have your time in front of the commission, we asked you a couple things. You have 3 minutes to make your presentation to the commission. Please don't go over issues that we've already heard. Focus on issues that are important to you, but if we've heard it a number of times, focus on issues that might be new to you. We do allow a second set of testimony from the same person, so take that 3 minutes you have and use it wisely. If there is an individual who is here speaking on behalf of an HOA, we'll give you some additional time to speak on behalf of that HOA, so you're representing additional people. But we would ask that those additional people don't speak as well. If you're covering their HOA, they don't have the same issues that they bring up, so we'd ask you to limit that. If there's people you're speaking on behalf, they don't speak as well on the same issues. After all testimony from the public has been heard, the applicant will be given another 10 minutes to come up and respond to public testimony and answer any questions that we might have, and then we'll close the discussion. At that time, we will close the public hearing, and the commissioners will have a chance to deliberate and hopefully either make an approval or move for an approval or make a recommendation to city council on the decision on the application. So with that, as we deal with the public on public testimony on Zoom, obviously if you're in person, we ask you to sign up for the hearing you want to, or the application you want to be heard on back in the back on the iPads that are back there. If you're on Zoom, when the application comes up that you want to be heard on, we'd ask you to raise your hand via the Zoom application, and we'll get you plugged in, and so you can be part of the testimony. So with that, we'd like to open the public hearing for Vincenza North subdivision, file number H2020-0108. And Bill or Joe, can you give us an idea what's the scoop with Vincenza and their request to continue to January 7th?
Mr. Chair, this is Joe. Absolutely. Yeah, the applicants wanting to continue are really they're requesting continuance per staff's recommendation. There was some public testimony and phone calls that the neighborhood meeting did not occur in accord with the UDC requirements. So I recommended that they hold another meeting and bump them out a couple of weeks to help alleviate any concern that that did not occur. They held their meeting on the 8th. So they're in that 10-day window right now per city code for the formal application, which obviously is already in, but just to give them enough time to respond to any questions and have the public have enough time to participate in the process. We're just requesting to continue them out 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
That's perfect. Makes total sense. With that background, any questions for the staff? Can I get a motion to continue Vincenza North subdivision to January 7th, 2021, where we only have one other item on the agenda currently?
So
So
moved.
moved. Oops,
Second.
I have multiple motions and multiple seconds to continue Vincenza subdivision file number H2020-0108 to the file or to the date of January 7th, 2021. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much. We will see them on the 7th. Moving on the fourth item on our agenda is the continued public hearing for Poiema Calvary Chapel file number H2020-0095. And I will turn it over to Joe for the presentation, the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Good evening. So this got continued from a month ago, from November 19th, in order to amend the CUP request. My explanation of everything will be fairly quick and concise because it's a fairly simple application. The site is a lot and block within the Poiema subdivision that was approved earlier this year under H2020-0035. The specific area for the CUP application is for a new church facility, and it's on approximately 7 acres of land, which is now zoned R15. It directly abuts Lake Hazel. The conditional use permit request is to construct a new church facility built in 2 phases to total 52,000 square feet and 320 parking spaces at total build out. And the change, which is why we had to continue it, was to include a request to waive the outdoor speaker system standards to allow them within a residential district. Without getting too much in the weeds, the UDC restricts outdoor speaker systems to be used within any residential district. Well, this use is being proposed within a residential district. And in that code section, it allows commission to waive the requirement in order to allow the speaker systems. The applicant is not requesting a blanket dismissal of the requirements. They are hoping to keep with the spirit of the code and comply with the 100-foot requirement, but to any residential use. And that would only be occurring within the amphitheater here. So they are going to be able to easily maintain the 100-foot buffer. They just can't maintain it within the residential district because the whole property is residential. So I just want to make that clear. Phase 1 of the site, as seen here, is proposed with a sanctuary and the associated offices and rooms to the east, some shared outdoor space, and outdoor amphitheater. It also includes 155 parking spaces. Phase 2 includes a larger sanctuary, a few more of the offices, and additional parking to total 320 spaces. The proposed parking, just for a note here, is 3 times the minimum required, which is 104 spaces based on the gross floor area of the proposed church. Code does not differentiate the different non-residential uses, so the minimum is 1 per 500. So again, they are proposing about 3 times what the minimum is. Access for the church site is via driveway connections to the new local street proposed within the Poiema subdivision. There is no direct lot access to Lake Hazel other than the emergency only access, which is required for both this application and the subdivision, which is this here. The applicant is showing the emergency access to become a parking drive aisle at full build out, which both planning and fire staff have approved. Because the proposed use is non-residential, a minimum 5-foot wide sidewalk is required adjacent to all buildings. The applicant is showing compliance with this requirement, but staff has recommended an additional segment of sidewalk be added in the second phase of development to be located around the western side of the outdoor amphitheater. So I guess basically add a sidewalk here along this parking and come back and connect to the sidewalk here. Staff made a mistake in how the original condition was written and has agreed with the applicant that it can be modified to be more clear. The applicant will have that requested language for the commission tonight. Again, the proposed use is non-residential, so there are no amenity and open space requirements. However, as discussed with the Poiema subdivision, the 15,000 square foot open space lot here is to be shared between the church and the residents. Its maintenance and use have already been conditioned through that subdivision application, and therefore there is no need for commission to act on that aspect. It's just a note for commission. The applicant has submitted sample elevations of the proposed church and concept renderings for phase 1 only. All non-residential structures require administrative design review and prior to obtaining building permits. The submitted elevations show a single-story structure with a maximum height of 30 feet for any area that will be occupied, and then architectural features up to approximately 35 feet, which are just these few places. The overall site design appears to include stucco, some high-end siding, and stone. In addition, the elevations show both shed roof and more traditional flat roof designs, adding to the architectural elements of the site. There appears to be adequate modulation in wall planes as well, especially on the north elevation that faces Lake Hazel. With all of these things noted, staff does recommend approval of the subject conditional use permit application for this proposed church and the waiving of the UDC requirement with the recommended condition of approvals. After that, I will stand for questions.
Thanks, Joe. Are there any questions for the staff at this time?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Seal, go right ahead.
Joe, and I don't know if you're going to know this one off the top of your head, but between phase 1 and phase 2, what's the difference in parking spots?
It goes from 155 to 320. So it's about 125 more or 155 more.
Okay.
No, I can't do math.
That
165 more.
That's okay. It's late. I'm having trouble mathing as well.
I hear you.
Okay, and that in phase one, the amount of parking spots that they have is going to be an acceptable amount.
That is
And
correct. Yes.
Yeah. What I'm getting at is just in case phase two just doesn't happen.
Understood. Yes, sir. The phase one requires about half because it's about half the square footage. So phase one is proposing 155, but I believe the minimum required is only 52, give or take. And then phase two, sorry, a full build out is 104 required. And then they're proposing 320.
Okay, and then follow-up question on that. The road that's going to be there before the parking lot is put in, is that a paved road, a gravel road? What kind of road is that?
Are you referring to the emergency access?
Correct.
Okay, yes, that's going to be a paved access and be constructed with the Poiema subdivision. It'll be in there before the church site is even constructed as well. Because they have to construct all these roads first, including the emergency access. And it will be paved per fire department standards.
Okay, one more question. I promise I'll be done. The amphitheater looks like it is actually facing out into the residential area. Is that correct?
To be honest, I don't, it's this portion here. I think the stage is in the wider portion, but I could be wrong.
The residential lots are to the west, Mr. Seal.
To the south and east here.
Or east, I'm sorry, the east and the south.
They show landscaping along the edge here.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the applicant will be able to better answer that, including the pastor of the church who's with us tonight.
Okay.
I wish I had that answer. I'm sorry, sir.
No problem. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Joe at this time? Hearing none. Thanks, Joe. Do we have the applicant with us at this point? Tamara, are you taking this one?
Mr. Chair, Tamara Thompson, yes, I am, but my client wanted to say a few words at the beginning. I don't know if he's on, we're not together. So if he's available to start, otherwise I can jump in if he's not.
I'm here.
Oh, excellent. Go ahead, Daryl.
Oh, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good evening. I'm Daryl Zachman, pastor of Calvary Chapel, Treasure Valley at 9226 West Barnes Drive in Boise. I just want to thank you for considering our conditional use permit tonight. As you would recall from the hearing in August, the church building site is part of the Poiema subdivision, as has been stated already. The Poiema, we got that word. It's a Greek word for workmanship or masterpiece. It comes from Ephesians 2:10 that says we are his workmanship, Poiema, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them. So we're sort of happy about that. We think it's cool. We also get our English word poem from that. But I just want to let you know that from the outset, our vision has been that the residential properties and the church would exist side by side in an integrated community. That's reflected in the common lot, as has been pointed out, and also the adequate parking along the streets that will be able to be shared with the subdivision. And I know you see many development plans, but you may not be aware of our background. We purchased this land in 2003 and have been waiting. At the time, we were meeting at a shopping center for church, but in 2010, we lost that property because of the remodeling the landlord was doing. So we've been a mobile church for 10 years and have been using either different church facilities or now 3 different schools. So with the increased development of South Meridian, that enabled us to get the city services out there, which has made this project feasible. So we're very excited to begin the construction and blessed to cooperate with Zach Evans in planning this desirable community for seniors and others who will be purchasing the townhomes. We see ourselves ministering to the many residents of South Meridian in the area, of which there's a huge bedroom community, obviously. And we are pleased that the staff has recommended the approval of our conditional use permit. So I just want to thank you very much.
Thanks, Daryl.
Thanks, Daryl. If I can share my screen, I have just a really quick PowerPoint to go through. Joe did a great job and stole a lot of my slides, so.
You're welcome, Tamara.
I can't share yet.
There, you should be able to share now. I apologize. I was hogging it.
Okay, let's see here. Totally changed my window.
Trying to keep you on your toes.
Yeah. All right. Are you seeing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
Tamara, you want to introduce yourself again real quick?
Yes. Tamara Thompson. I'm with the Land Group, and we're located at 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. Tonight before you is the conditional use permit for a church facility in the R15 zone. The site is currently one parcel, and the Poiema subdivision was recently approved. And so what I've shown here is the overall subdivision boundary, and then this lot within it, just so you can get a context of where it sits on the property as a whole. Now north is now to the left. Again, the property is this location, and with the subdivision, as Joe mentioned, the emergency access gets constructed with the subdivision. The access for the property for this parcel is off of the residential streets and not direct from Lake Hazel. And Joe gave you this one. Just phase one is the amphitheater. This is the stage here, closer to the building. And the location of this is, excuse me, close to 300 feet away from the residential properties. So it's well over the 100 feet that is in code. And then with these two side by side. So phase one and then phase two has an area for expansion, which basically doubles the site. It doubles the parking counts and doubles the size of the sanctuary. And just the elevations again quickly. And we've read the staff report and agree with staff's analysis and the recommended conditions of approval. And we respectfully request your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamara. And thanks, Daryl. We appreciate it. Information from both of you. Any questions for Daryl or for Tamara?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
Just the question on the amphitheater is which direction it faces. Is it going to be facing essentially southwest? That's how I'm reading it, or am I looking at it backwards? And my question pertains to the sound projection.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Seal, the stage is closer to the building, and so it would face to the west southwest.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Castelli.
Additional question on the amphitheater. What if we get some, I guess, ideas of usage of that, and what they say? I'm guessing there probably will never be anything too late in the day. Probably, but if they could give us a little indication on that, would be great.
I could take that if that's all right. So the usage is primarily on Sunday mornings during the summer, and it's not going to be like loud concert volumes, But we are also working with Zach Evans to make this part of the CCNRs that they're doing with the subdivision, to just let people know about that, just an understanding before they're buying, so that they know that it's there. So that's really how we see it. There may be some times in the summer, we might do something in the evening, but not very often. It mainly is just going to be like a Sunday morning worship thing.
And Mr. Chair, if I could add on to that, and Daryl, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding is it's not a permanent system. There'll be temporary or portable microphone and speaker that are brought out at that time. So it's not like a big sound system that's permanent in that location. It's a portable system.
That's correct. Yeah, because there's nothing really to shelter any of that from the weather or anything like that. So yeah, that would be the way it would be.
Follow up if I could on that, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
It looks like on the landscape plans that there are some trees or shrubs on the that would help to buffer any possible noise. Because I know there's also the subdivision going into the west of the property, so there'll be homes right there. So is there landscaping in there that I'm seeing that will serve to buffer some of that, and I'm sight as well as sound, I guess.
Tamara, can you take that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, there will be landscaping, and there's also the 10-mile canal in between the two properties. The 10-mile canal is actually on the neighboring property, but my understanding is that the existing trees that are there that are fairly large will remain as well. So those will help with the buffer.
Could I say something too on that? It's sloped upward. It's very similar to the amphitheater at Kleiner Park. So you're going to have a natural huge amount of dirt that's going to be helping to buffer the sound that's directly aiming at it and sloping it upward.
Thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
Any additional follow-up, Commissioner Casanelli?
No, that covers it. Thank you.
Perfect. Commissioner Grove, did you have a question? Okay. Any additional questions for the applicants? Perfect. Tamara and Daryl, thank you so much. We'll see if there's public testimony, and then we'll let you close real quick. So we'll get back to you. Hold on for a few minutes and we'll be back. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone in the audience or online that would like to testify in this application?
Mr. Chair, we do not.
Okay, if there's anyone online on Zoom with us that would like to testify in this application, please hit the raise your hand button, and we'll get you over as a panelist so we can hear from you. Commissioner Grove, anybody in chambers?
No one's indicating that they wish to speak.
We're square. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone raise their hands on our attendee side either. Mr. Zachman or Pastor Zachman or Tamara, do you guys have any final words for us as we close?
Mr. Chair, nothing to add. We're just excited to get this project moving forward, and we request your approval tonight.
Thanks, Daryl. Perfect. Well, is there any further final questions before we close the public hearing?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Holland.
I move we close the public hearing and move to deliberation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Who wants to lead off?
Mr. Chair?
Go right ahead, Commissioner Steele.
This looks pretty straightforward. I don't have any big concerns on it. The only thing that I am a little concerned about that we've touched on is just the position of the amphitheater and the sound that carries in there. That comes from my previous life where I was a drummer. And I know without amplifiers or anything, that carries a really, really long ways. So just, hoping that whatever's discussed, decided, and ruled upon as far as them being able to use amplification equipment out there, that they're aware of that and, keep it to a minimum with their neighbors. I'm sure they're far enough away, and with the buffering that's in there and the trees and the slope, that it will be kept to a minimum, but it still can get fairly loud.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holland.
As I say, I don't have any big concerns about this application. I think they've tried to address with the slope and with trying to buffer it. And I appreciated them adding it to the CCNRs of the subdivision to give them kind of a heads up when they move in.
Yep.
I think it'll be a nice amenity, and I don't imagine that they're going to be having a lot of late night ragers and problems with anything like that. So I'm in support of it. I think it looks like a nice project.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Mr. Castelli.
Yeah, I like the design. What we're seeing, I like the layout. They've thought about the parking and everything, and I think from a church's standpoint, they're going to want to be good neighbors. I mean, it's part of being in there. So I don't see that as a problem, and I think it might be a little community draw there as well. So I'm in support.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCarville, go right ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I think I'm in support of this as well. I think, we got a little bit of a glimpse of this when we had the subdivision in front of us, the residential part of it, and the connections and everything. So I think it's been pretty well thought out. And I appreciate telling us about the trees and stuff along the creek, because I think that'll help add as a buffer to the subdivision to the west then.
Thank you, ma'am. I agree with all the comments that have been made so far. I think it's well laid out. I think the inner working with Zach Evans, he always builds nice product. And I know putting in the CCNRs will give everybody a heads up of what's coming. So I think that's great. I think it looks nice. I think that, I guess, like Commissioner Castelli said, I think that amphitheater may be a benefit. So I think it'd be a nice thing to add to that community, especially when everybody has a heads up of what's going in. So I'm in favor as well. Commissioner Grove, Commissioner Holland, go right ahead.
If there is more comments, I'm more than happy to let people talk, but I'm happy to make a motion too, if we're there.
Motions are always in order, even if someone must make more comments.
All right. All right. After hearing all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve the conditional use permit request for a church facility and waive the outdoor speaker system standards to allow them within a residential district.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Oh, was there additional?
I'll amend the motion just to include the file number H-2020-0035.
My second still stands.
Perfect.
Mr. Chair.
Joe, go right ahead.
Sorry, it's 9-5. 3-5 was the subdivision.
Oh,
just to let you
I'm
know.
sorry. I was going off of the staff memo or the staff hearing outline. It was written on the wrong.
So 9-5.
It said
9-5.
095.
And Commissioner Castelli, your second
Still stands. Still stands.
Okay, perfect. I have a motion and a second to approve Poiema Calvary Chapel H-2020-0095. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Good luck. Tamara, thanks. Daryl, good luck. We look forward to seeing it. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Joe. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is the public hearing for Mile High Pines subdivision H-2020-0099. And I will turn it back over to Joe for the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get started, I just want to note Commissioner Grove, if when you speak, I can barely hear you. I don't know if other people online are having trouble. You might have to eat the microphone. So just letting you know. All right. So commissioners, bear with me on my presentation for this. It is a vastly more complex project than the previous one. So bear with me while I get through everything that I analyze in the staff report. As noted, this is for Mile High Pines, which is specifically located at the southwest corner of the Pine Extension, the future Pine Extension, and 10 Mile. It is a request for annexation of 17.46 acres of land with a request for CC and R15 zoning district. A preliminary plat consisting of 3 building lots and 1 common lot on approximately 16 acres, and a conditional use permit for a multifamily development consisting of a total of 135 residential units on 11.4 acres in the proposed R15 zoning district. The proposed land uses are multifamily residential and commercial. The residential is in the form of detached cottages, townhomes, and 2 vertically integrated buildings. Both, or I should say, the residential and the commercial uses are consistent with the land use types noted in the future land use map designation definitions and preferred uses for mixed use community. Of the 135 residential units, 87 are the detached single-story cottages, 42 are townhome units, and there are 6 units within the 2 vertically integrated structures. The proposed product type is by definition multifamily, which means more than 2 units on a single building lot. So the applicant has designed the units to emulate single-family attached and detached structures that share pathways and open space rather than public streets. For reference, this is the sister project to the modern Craftsman at Plat that was recently approved. The proposed project has, as shown, is approximately 8 dwelling units per acre, meeting the 6 to 15 dwelling unit per acre range for the mixed use community designation. All proposed lots appear to meet the UDC dimensional standards per the submitted plat. However, there are some concerns over the applicant meeting the required utility separation and easement requirements while not having any permanent structure encroachments or overhangs within the easement. It is staff's understanding that the applicant has been continually working with Public Works to correct this, which is greatly appreciated. If revisions to the site design are required to comply with those requirements, applicant or the applicable plans, all applicable plans should be revised and resubmitted. For reference, this preliminary plat here is not entirely accurate as some of the easements have changed since this was originally approved. By that, I mean just the easement widths in some of the areas. The overall site design has not changed. The applicant submitted conceptual elevations for the residential portion of the site, and overall they comply with the ASM. However, the ASM, Architectural Standards Manual, does note that no 2 multifamily buildings should look the same. To ensure compliance with at least the intent of this, the applicant should create more differentiation between the units by providing different colors beyond the same earth tones. I do understand the applicant's perspective that they are offering 3 different color variants, as you can see in the center here, with different ones. But it is staff's opinion that they should incorporate 2 more color variants, again, that just aren't the same of the kind of earth tones. Reminds me of being at West Point again. In addition, adding more of the accent materials, which would be lap siding and stone rather than stucco, would help make more of the detached units unique from one another. Staff is recommending a condition of approval to mitigate this. Despite the fact that a separate design review is required for the future commercial, staff wants to ensure the future commercial buildings integrate with the proposed residential. Therefore, the applicant should provide at least conceptual elevations for these buildings. They did not upon the initial submittal. And again, staff is providing a condition of approval to submit those elevations prior to the city council hearing. Just to recap really quick with these, the elevations shown on top left are the clubhouse. The ones on the right are the 1-bedroom. These are the 3-bedroom in the bottom left. The top right are one of the 2-bedroom variants. And then the other 2-bedroom variant is on the left here. And then on the right are the townhome units, which they also have the same color variants. I believe the same 3 colors. And then these are the proposed vertically integrated buildings, just to be clear. I use the landscape rendering plan for the site plan in this just because I think it kind of shows all of the areas better. The subject development offers approximately 6 acres of commercial zoning, according to the proposed rezoning exhibit. However, the proposed CC zoning does not truly reflect the commercial area because it does not match the plat boundary. Staff cannot support split zoning on the residential lot, and so the applicant should revise the rezoning exhibit or the plat boundary to reflect the correct zoning. Or I should say to reflect the correct zoning boundaries. With other revisions requested by staff within my staff report, the applicant will likely have to make other adjustments to these documents as well. All of these changes should occur prior to City Council to ensure transparency on the true amount of commercial zoning being proposed. The commercial acreage of this property is proposed as 2 commercial lots, one in the northeast corner of the site, and then the other one being the remaining area with 2 more buildings. The submitted plat shows 2 of the 3 commercial buildings as containing drive-throughs, which staff does not support. Despite this opinion, staff is not willing to specifically limit the number of drive-throughs, or drive-through establishments, I should say, with this application because each drive-through will require a conditional use permit to implement that use. The proposed residential area of the site incorporates mews, private streets, common open space, and different housing designs within the same parcel as seen on the image here. Furthermore, the applicant is proposing 2-story townhomes along the southwestern boundary and on the part of the eastern boundary along 10 Mile, with the rest of the site being a majority of single-story structures. So again, the townhomes are along the western boundary here, and then the 2 along here. Staff believes placing the commercial along 10 Mile is an appropriate buffer between the busy arterial, which is 10 Mile right here, and the single-story structures that make up the center of the development. However, staff does have specific recommendations regarding the overall site design to better transition from 10 Mile and Pine, and also spread out some of the units within the development for better utility delivery. By that, I mean water and sewer. Staff notes that all of the recommendations that were made are with the overarching recommendation that additional units do not be added, even if there's room available. To be specific, staff is recommending the following changes. Remove the singular unit in the southwest. I have another here. This just here. Remove the singular unit here so that this area can be opened up and help limit any possible septet issues of having a unit back here. Secondly, replace the townhome units shown along 10 Mile with the vertically integrated structure. So move these 2 units, replace those 2 with this here, and then have the additional parking south of that to be a better buffer, both from the railroad tracks and 10 Mile to help activate the commercial and the vertically integrated, which can also be accessed via the sidewalk along here and integrate with this commercial. That believes, again, that fronting this building on a 10 Mile will help activate the commercial. The secondary portion of this, once the vertically integrated is moved here, move these 4 units here, or all of them for that matter, further east and help spread them out. The point of this is to have the utility lines to be able to have them, allow them to have more room between the units. This concern was presented by Public Works because of the proximity of the buildings. In addition, this recommendation could, depending on how they redesign it, additional open space in the center of this development. Finally, once the vertically integrated goes here, these get spread out. As you can find my lovely arrows, these 2 townhomes could be moved up here. So the secondary or the final portion is to remove all of the detached units here, which are 14 units, and put the townhomes here. I did preliminary measuring, and I believe 3 instead of the 2 can fit here, which staff is certainly fond of. If they do 6plexes, they can do a 4plex, etc. They can fill this area, in staff's opinion, with the townhomes and meet the intent of what I'm discussing. The townhomes would front on the large open space that is being proposed along Pine. and have the garages face internally to the site. This removes the single-family style product from being adjacent to a major street extension and removes the need for on-street parking, or I should say backup parking, along the north side of this road. With this recommendation, the entire northern area of the site could be pushed further north, depending on how the measurements work out. That would be advantageous to open up the site and allow for more room within the street to accommodate the required utility easements and possibly additional traffic coming. The applicant for this project and the project proposed further north, or I should say directly to the north and the west, have entered into a legally binding dedication and development agreement that outlines the potential options for how Pine Avenue will be extended and constructed. In addition, ACHD has outlined different options for how this extension and road improvements can occur. At a minimum, this applicant will construct the intersection improvements as half of a 3-lane street section with one westbound receiving lane, an eastbound left turn lane, and an eastbound through lane or right turn lane, with including vertical curb, gutter, and sidewalk abutting the site. In addition, the applicant is at a minimum required to extend and construct Pine Avenue outside of the intersection influence area as half of a 36-foot wide street section with their half plus 12 to total a 30 feet of pavement, and also have vertical curb and gutter and then 5-foot detached sidewalk along Pine. The applicant's agreement discusses that whoever obtains city approval second is required to dedicate the required amount of right-of-way to ensure that Pine Avenue is constructed centered on the section line dividing the two properties. In addition, the applicant is required to enter into a signal agreement for the required signal improvements at this intersection of Pine and 10 Mile. Staff appreciates the forethought of this agreement by the applicant to ensure correct construction of the Pine Avenue extension. Therefore, staff has recommended a condition of approval in line with this agreement. Access is proposed via one private street access off of Pine Avenue, which is here, and one driveway access to 10 Mile. So again, this is a driveway access, not a private street access. This is a private street access. The 10 Mile access is proposed as a full access at this time and is approximately 400 feet, give or take, from the railroad tracks, from north of the railroad tracks. ACHD is requiring that the applicant construct a southbound right turn lane onto 10 Mile Road, located 580 feet south of the intersection, for safe access into the site on this 10 Mile access. The applicant is also proposing an emergency access through one of the private drives that abuts this cul-de-sac here. The two proposed access points have been approved by ACHD. In addition, the applicant is proposing an additional private street access to the property to the west here to add additional pedestrian and vehicular connectivity and help with the mixed-use policies. In general, multifamily projects do not typically have private streets, but instead have drive aisles. However, because of the nature of this development, private streets are being used for the purpose of having better addressing for the site. Drive aisles cannot be named and addressed, which does not lend itself to a development of this kind. Therefore, the private streets will function as drive aisles, but incorporate the ability to have street names and better addressing for first responders. No gates are proposed with this development in order to improve integration and connectivity in line with the mixed-use policies and goals. The private streets are proposed at least 25 feet wide with attached sidewalks of varying widths on both sides of the street throughout the site. Both open and covered parking is also proposed along the private streets. Staff does have concern with the street layout at the main entrance off of Pine Avenue, where a very uncommon 3-way intersection is shown. If you guys can see that here. I will actually go to this plan. You guys can see that better. Albeit the intersection is internal to the private streets, all 3 roadways that converge on this point allow traffic in both directions. So you have 2-way traffic on all 3 sides of this. We staff, including the police department, have concerns over how traffic will flow and navigate this intersection, especially in inclement weather. For example, when our lovely snow decides to cover all the little striping and I'm impatient enough that I'd be one of the people to go the wrong direction. So it's a safety concern and thought of staff to recommend that this be revised. Staff believes that this intersection should be redesigned in such a way that traffic can safely and efficiently navigate between the residential and the commercial areas of this site. Off-street parking is required to be provided in accord with the standards listed in the UDC for multifamily dwellings based on the number of bedrooms per unit. The submitted plan shows a total of 442 total spaces for the entire development. 319 are for the residents, 12 are for the clubhouse, 30 are shown for the vertically integrated units, and the remaining 81 are for the proposed commercial. Of the 319 residential units, a certain number are required to be covered. The numbers on their proposed plan that I analyzed do not seem to add up correctly. However, I counted the proposed covered spaces and they appear to be 218, which exceeds the minimum required amount of 123. Overall, the proposed parking appears to exceed the minimum UDC requirements. A 10-foot multi-use pathway is required along the property's boundary, southern boundary, abutting the railroad easement as seen here. This is the proposed 10-foot pathway, as shown on the master pathways plan. The proposed pathway will be approximately 100 feet from the existing railroad tracks due to the easement width, and will be a segment of about 480 feet long. It connects to the existing arterial sidewalk along 10 Mile, and it also will connect to the proposed micropath, which is all along the western boundary of the site. So again, this is a 10-foot pathway here that then gets a 5-foot pathway along here. The adjacent applications to the west and north will continue the multi-use pathway on to the west, which then eventually connects up to Fuller Park. Sorry. The micropath also continues and connects to other sidewalks that can go all the way to Pine Avenue. The proposed sidewalks in this development internally are also essentially micropathways. These pathways connect throughout the entire development and traverse through every MU as well. They offer increased pedestrian connection and give future residents the opportunity to walk rather than drive within the project site, especially to the adjacent commercial, and also the nearby commercial on the east side of 10 Mile Road. The proposed landscaping for the required street buffers and common open space meet the UDC requirements as proposed. However, there do not appear to be landscape strips on both sides of the proposed pathways. That's the multi-use and the micropathway just explained. Staff has recommended conditions of approval to correct this. In addition, the proposed CC zoning district, according to the UDC, requires a 25-foot landscape buffer to any residential district, which this would abut. The submitted plans do not show compliance with this requirement. Because this is a mixed-use development and there is the presence of some landscaping, a sidewalk, and the street between the residential uses and the commercial, staff does not have particular concern over this discrepancy. However, in order to comply with the UDC, the applicant will have to request a waiver from City Council to reduce this buffer to a specific width or to reduce it to the buffer shown on the landscape plans. A minimum of 10% qualified open space is required. Based on the proposed plat of 16.46 acres, a minimum of 1.65 acres of qualified open space should be provided. In addition, the common open space standards listed within the specific use standards for multifamily developments also apply. Combined, the required amount of minimum qualifying open space that should be provided is 2.56 acres. According to the open space exhibit, the applicant is proposing a total of 3.62 acres of qualified open space. Of this area, 2.47 is proposed to meet the overall minimum 10%, and that 2.47 equates to approximately 15%. This qualified open space consists of the 10-foot multi-use pathway segment, the required street buffers, and 2 large common open space areas. Specifically for this map, the darker green is what is being meant to qualify for the overall open space, the 11.3G standards. The lighter green is meant to qualify for the multifamily specific use standards. The qualified, As noted, this area does exceed the minimum UDC requirements. The remaining 1.15 acres is proposed to meet the specific use standards. These areas consist of the mews between the attached units, areas of open space that meet the minimum 20 by 20 multifamily open space dimensions, and the 2 shared plazas. This area also exceeds the minimum requirements. Based on the area of the plat, a minimum of 1 qualified site amenity is to be provided. The applicant proposes a 10-foot multi-use pathway along the southern boundary to satisfy the UDC requirement. That is in reference again to the 11.3G requirements. The rest of the amenities are proposed to meet the specific use standards. A minimum of 4 amenities are required per these standards, but the decision-making body is authorized to consider additional amenities for developments that contain over 100 units, as is this subject application. The following amenities are proposed to meet these standards: a clubhouse with offices, a fitness facility, enclosed bike storage, and a pool, a tot lot, 2 shared plazas, and pedestrian bicycle circulation. Therefore, the applicant is proposing 7 qualifying site amenities. In addition to these amenities, the applicant is proposing self-storage lockers, each about 12 square feet, spread throughout each of the garage buildings, just like the other modern Craftsman. Despite this not being a qualifying amenity, I do find it appropriate to mention, as they will likely be very much used. That's the end of that. To be more frank about the recommended changes that staff has made, they are in reference to helping the site open up and also maintain the integration. It is not staff's point to do complete redesigns, but staff has had a lot of these discussions with the applicant before. We have worked through a lot of these issues, or tried to at least, and presented some of these changes at previous meetings. It's my understanding that the applicant is not in agreement with the staff report, and they are proposing to keep the site design as such. Again, one of the main issues that we have been presented with are those public works issues about the easement within the street and also the service lines between the units. Staff just wants to ensure that these things can be taken care of and be taken care of up front, rather than get to a point where at final plat they don't work, and now we have a major redesign and potentially have to start over. That is not what any of us want. So that is where staff's at with that. This includes the intersection, the 3-way intersection here, and then just offering some recommendations about how to better lay out the site with some of the vertically integrated in the townhomes. Understand that there can be differences of opinion, but it's just recommendations by staff to help with the utility and overall site design issues. With those revisions and the subsequent conditions of approval and the DA provision, staff does recommend approval of the subject applications. And after that, I will stand for questions.
Thanks, Joe. So just to quickly clarify, if your revisions are accepted, you feel comfortable they're covered in all those pieces, that you've outlined. It was pretty extensive, are outlined in your in your staff report, in your requirements.
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. The way that I kind of laid it out, I laid that out in the conditions of approval as well.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure you feel comfortable that they're all in there, because that was extensive.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
On their thoughts, but I just want to make sure you feel covered if there's, because my concern is we're redesigning, and then this is just me, and I'll let our other fellow commissioners, is we're redesigning this whole thing, and we're not going to have a chance to look at it before it goes to council. That's before the applicant even gets up here. I just want to throw that out there, because that's my concern, to make sure we're hitting staff, and we trust you guys to guide us on where we're headed. And I'm afraid where we're headed is needing to look at this again. But any additional comments or questions for Joe?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go right ahead.
If I may, I do understand what you're saying, and I understand that might be a big concern for all the commissioners. To be honest, this is something that staff has discussed or reached out to the applicant regarding, and noting that maybe a continuance would have been necessary in order for staff and the applicant to work through. That was not taken advantage of, and that's fine. Hence why staff has decided and had to take the path of conditioning the project, which is where we're at.
Okay.
So I do understand your perspective.
Thank you for the clarification. That helps me. Commissioner Holland, you came off the mute. Ma'am, do you have a question?
No, Mr. Chair, I was just going to echo what you said. I've got some concerns about bringing this forward to council the way that it is right now, because it's just, it won't even look like the same thing by the time it gets to council. So at this point, with the number of conditions that are requested by staff, without even hearing from the applicant, I would want to vote to continue it and not spend too much time looking at it tonight until we've got an adjusted layout, because I think it's going to be a moot point until we see the adjustments on it.
Right. Yeah, kind of be I want to hear from the applicant and get their feedback. Sure. But I definitely am, that's where I'm leaning as well. So, any additional comments or questions for Joe?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Castanelli.
Joe, what's the vertically integrated building? Can you give me some detail on that?
Commissioner Castanelli, absolutely. So vertically integrated is what a lot of people call the live work. It's commercial on the first floor and then residential on the top. It doesn't have to be 2 stories. It can be 3, 4, whatever it needs to be, like the Old Town Lofts across from City Hall. The point is to just offer the integration of the residential with the commercial within one building rather than spreading it out across a site. It's more of an urban feel.
Sure, that's what I thought you were going at with that building, but I wanted to double check. And then, did anybody on that 3-way intersection, did they look at a one-way, almost a kind of a little traffic circle or roundabout in that scenario?
Commissioner Castanelli, great question. That is something that staff has told the applicant was something that needed to be looked at from the beginning. I don't know what they did look at and potential options. I believe that they'll be able to better answer that for you.
Okay. And then final question for you, if I can. You said that that staff was not really in favor of drive-throughs in that commercial up front. Can you give us some detail on that?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Castanelli, members of the commission. The point of that is having 2 drive-throughs right next to each other. Staff is not in support of, at least initially, looking at this. Again, none of the commercial is being proposed right now, but they will all have to have a conditional use permit. So I believe that the better time to review those uses will be at the future CUP point.
Okay.
Staff is okay with at least one. That makes sense at the hard corner, especially. And I think the applicant and I have discussed that before. Just showing 2 right next to each other, as we know, with stacking issues and things like that can be troublesome. So that was the main point of that comment.
Okay.
Mr. Castanelli, are you good, or do you need follow-up?
And I know, I mean, if we're going to go the direction that we've already that we were talking about, I don't know if we want to spend too much time on that, but can we condition for just, if we were to go down this road tonight, reviewing everything, can we condition for just one, or does every time somebody wants a drive-through, do we have to look at that? Because then what happens is, if we open the door for that, then you kind of put second individual coming in for an application or the third at disadvantage. But if it's conditioned up front for just one and one only, then it goes to the highest bidder, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCarville.
Wouldn't we just see the second one when it comes in as a drive-through within 300 feet of another drive-through?
Yeah, it's conditional use permit. We see it again.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
No problem. Me and Commissioner Steele get confused for each other every time. In general, you are correct, Commissioner McCarville. It is if it's one within 300 feet of another, but because this is also within 300 feet of a residential district,
right?
Each drive-through would have to obtain a CUP. So even the first one would. That is not part of this application.
Okay.
I don't think the applicant's not wanting to go that route at this moment because end users are not yet known. So the commercial's conceptual. That's why I didn't want to limit that up front. Obviously, that is the purview of commission and council if they want to, like you're saying, Commissioner Castanelli. I understand your perspective there because I can see that, understanding that, yes, if after the first one comes in, the idea of another one going in is probably going to be lower. So I understand your perspective there too.
Additional questions for Joe?
Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
Joe, question for you. With the improvements to Pine, is this development and the other development, does that mean that Pine will connect all the way through? I was not completely clear on that.
Commissioner Grove, members of the commission. Yes, I didn't go into too much detail. I don't want to, because of the hearing laws and things that are well outside of my purview of intelligence at this point. I don't want to speak too much on that application, but with both this application and the adjacent that are surrounding it to the west and north, if both are approved, then yes, Pine will get punched all the way through from 10 Mile and then over the 10 Mile Creek and connect through to Black Cat, which is the intention of both applicants.
And that's the long-term plan, Joe, either way, even if it's not these two applications. ACHD has that plan, correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. They don't have it on any of their CIPs that I know of, because the expectation is that some applicants will be able to take on that burden and not put it fully on the taxpayers as those lots get redeveloped. But it is on the master street map to be a full collector, yes.
And that's the expectation for development, I would guess.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any additional questions for Joe at this time? Okay. Seeing none at this point, would the applicant like to join us?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Deborah Nelson, 601 West Bannock Street, here on behalf of the applicant team. I also have here with me members of the development team, and they are available to answer questions with you. For you. I'm gonna share a screen here, and let me know. Can you see that just fine? Great.
Yep, thanks, Deb. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm going to jump in pretty quickly to the substance because Joe covered a lot there and you guys had a lot of questions, so I may just skip with some of these formalities. You already know about Barron Properties from their project at Black Cat and Shinden. And so this is their second project in Meridian, where they're starting from ground up. We're excited to bring this mixed use project right here to 10 Mile and Pine that you can see on the vicinity map. We've got existing commercial around us with the gateway at 10 Mile and the 10 Mile area specific plan to our south. A lot of employment issues going on there with the new Amazon. Additionally, we've got the commercial that's immediately across 10 Mile. Want to focus on the site plan right from the get-go here. Want to show you where our zones are proposed. The R15 is 11.42 acres. The CC zone is just over 6 acres, and you can see the delineation on the site plan where they break up here. Both of these zones are consistent with your comprehensive plans designation of mixed-use community. We have heard Joe's concern about wanting to align the lots with that break in zoning, and we can accommodate that. We will add a third commercial lot that will fall within the CC zone, include the 2 vertically integrated buildings in the clubhouse area, everything that's not included in the other commercial lots. And we will add that to our CC zone and update our plat accordingly as he's requested. And then the plat lot lines will fall directly on the zone lines as he desires. I want to also walk through some of Joe's other comments, I guess maybe as a preliminary matter. From the development team's perspective, the changes that are requested in the staff report are new and surprising, given the extent of time that the development team has worked with staff. They are very interested in getting staff support on this development. That's why they worked so hard at it. We learned a lot through the Black Cat evolution. We felt like we got a lot of good feedback from staff and from the Planning and Zoning Commission that led to a better project. we incorporated all of the feedback we heard from staff over 8+ months of discussions. Our first pre-app with them was in February. We didn't file until October. We had many site revisions, a lot of movement, with a lot of focus on integration between the commercial areas and the residential areas. And that is what led us to this site plan. We had specific comments from staff about placing the townhomes along 10 Mile in the southeast portion to create framing against that street, and instead moving the more activated commercial vertically integrated uses up into the central part of the site. Staff wanted us to pull the commercial down Pine to better serve our residents and the residences that are planned further west. And with the Pine access being the full access here, they really wanted that commercial to frame that corner. And further to the integration, we created the crosswalks and the 2 plazas that are between the commercial and the residential. These vertically integrated buildings are very purposefully placed. They frame this area, they create transition from the harder corner, the commercial area, bring that activated commercial feeling, urban feeling from the parking out front, but pedestrian friendly from the crosswalks. And they bring that right up around all of the activity going on around the residential area. That is exactly what your comprehensive plan calls for. Moving that further along 10 Mile creates islands of commercial and residential, exactly what staff has advised us for the last year to try to avoid with the site plan reconfiguration that we've done here. So it is news to us what is being asked for now, and we're not supportive of it. We like the evolution that we've come up with staff. It's very practical and functional. We like the framing of the townhomes along 10 Mile. We think the better activation is along Pine and Central. We like having our single-story detached units up along Pine, not townhomes there. It creates a nice visibility. It creates compatibility with the single-family homes also planned along Pine. We like featuring those products there. We like the unit that was asked to be removed entirely from our southwest side. That's part of an area that has mews and has connectivity. It's safe, it's well lit. It meets all of your city code requirements. We specifically reviewed that particular unit with Joe Bongiorno to make sure that all of the fire and safety issues were taken care of. From a police standpoint, again, the lighting, everything creates a safe environment. If instead we pulled it out, I think we'd be running into exactly what we hear from your police chief when you create an open space in the back that would then not have activity. So those are some of our concerns. Additionally, moving the vertically integrated down on the southeast portion creates a parking conundrum. I mean, there's different parking setup for the townhomes versus the vertically integrated product. There's access considerations there. That access, as Joe noted, is not likely to be full access forever. And it's not going to support the same commercial activity down on that corner where the full access on Pine will. It also doesn't work to move that access point on 10 Mile further north, as he suggested, as a possible fix to our kind of functional space concerns, because it's already within the spacing minimum of ACHD. They allowed us to put it there to align with the street across 10 Mile. And so it's purposely sited there. We did consider the island, the landscaped island, the configuration that's causing some concern. We think it creates traffic calming. It's also aesthetically pleasing. We're happy to work with the city, though, comply with the conditions suggested by Joe to make sure that we're addressing all of the city department's concerns with that. If there's a safer configuration they prefer, we can abide by that condition to work through that. We'd also like to point out the concern about having the townhomes along 10 Miles inconsistent with other locations in our own experience in the city of Meridian. You know, we operate the Barron operates the Red Tail Apartments at Meridian and Victory, and has had no trouble with leasing along those major streets. In fact, they have found that visibility to be great for that kind of residential product. We did hear from Joe last week. The one topic that did come up before we got the staff report on utilities concerns, and we have addressed all of those now with Public Works without needing to redesign this site. Our civil engineer has been busy working with Public Works to address all of their concerns. We now have confirmation from them that we have. And so there's also not a need to reconfigure any of this for that purpose. I think with that, let's try to move on to some of our other selling points here. And of course, I'd be happy to address any questions you guys have if you still have remaining concerns based on what Joe has raised. A couple of things just to point out maybe about the vertically integrated. This is a product we introduced at Black Cat that was well received at all levels of the city because it creates that integration that's not just horizontal. We'll have residences on the second story and commercial on the first story. We expect to be able to have coffee shops, yoga studios, the kinds of uses that work great right next to the residential areas. In our commercial area, we expect more of restaurant, retail, office, medical office, daycare, that sort of thing. The commercial buildings, we don't have elevations for those yet. We ask that the condition requiring those now be postponed until we do come in with future plans. The city's going to have a chance to look at them then. You still have to approve a CZC. You still have to go through design review. And if there's a drive-through, we'll need a conditional use permit. So you have lots of opportunities to review those at that time. I just want to walk through some of our architecture quickly, show you some of the features. This is our entry monument off of Pine. Some images of our clubhouse. We will have work from home space there, private offices for resident use, as well as community meeting space there. Inside the clubhouse, there's also a coffee bar, there's indoor gathering and seating areas, a kitchen and a fitness center. Outside the clubhouse, there's a community pool, a large deck, and covered gazebos and grill areas. This is our vertically integrated product, showing at this point the commercial on the first floor, the residential on the second floor with great layouts. Also want to run through some of our residential units so you can see the variety and the quality of materials. There'll be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom offerings in detached homes, duplexes, sixplexes. Some of them will have attached and tuck under garages. All residential uses provide private outdoor space, most with private backyards, so that this community really lives and feels like any neighborhood would with single family detached housing and townhomes. The residential units include modern finishes, stainless steel appliances, washers and dryers, great living spaces with spacious floor plans and high ceilings. The exteriors use quality materials, including stone and stucco and wood tone siding. This slide is showing a 1-bedroom duplex with a couple of different roof lines. Here's a couple of our 2 bedrooms. We have 2 different types of 2 bedrooms to show different layouts. Have 3 bedroom units as well. And this is now showing some of our 6-plex townhomes with the tuck under garages, 2-car garages underneath. These images show front and back with multiple color palettes. A lot of variety here. In this slide, we're trying to show all the unit type variety, where they lie. So the 1 bed, 1 bath, 2 bed, 2 bath, et cetera, are all distributed throughout the site so that you can see that variety in the community. Architectural variety as well. Here we're trying to show what the different roof lines and color palettes, how they're intermixed through the development, so you don't see a lot of one thing. We have 2 different roof lines, 3 different exterior facades, 3 different color palettes. These all together can be mixed and matched to create 18 unique exteriors on these detached units. We heard the comments from Joe. We disagree that more is needed from that. We like the cohesiveness of this, of the patterns we've selected. However, if the commission feels like adding another color to that mix would help create more variety, we're happy to work with the city to do that. We've got ample parking and storage, more than is called for, with detached garages, 30 detached garages that are shown in green here, 104 covered parking spaces that are shown in orange, plus we have the 84 attached to unit enclosed garages. We also have storage through self-storage lockers that creates a great amenity for our residents. Joe walked through the open space really carefully. I would just add, in addition to all the green public open space and the blue private open space, that you can see through this slide the connectivity, really that east-west connection where you're really pulling the residents toward the commercial and creating a nice connection there. On the pathways, we've got the 10-foot wide multi-use pathway on the south, but I think it's also great to point out that these all connect to the west. We're providing connectivity to our neighbors. We've got a walking loop that goes all the way around the entire facility, the entire community. Amenities, Joe walked through very carefully. They're centrally located and really connected well to all of the residents around. There has been no concerns raised by any of the services. We meet all of the current plans where ACHD concluded that all of the roadways have acceptable levels of service. All schools that serve this project have capacity. We did ask for a number of changes to the conditions. We've addressed them in a letter that we provided today and in the testimony tonight. I think the only thing I maybe didn't address yet are the last two here. That we asked that the future CZC be specific to a zone so that we can move forward with either the residential or the commercial first, and not required to develop the entire site at once. And the last one is simply to have a public works condition language match the city approved language that we received on the Black Cat development that better suits the timing for multifamily development. I would like to, if you'll allow me, if there's time, I'm sorry, I can't see a clock where I am in the Zoom format. If there's time, we have a 2-minute fly through that I would share with you if I'm able.
Yeah, you've got a few minutes,
Okay.
Deborah, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you.
If we can't see it, yeah. Deborah, we're not seeing it.
Oh, it's not? Oh,
No.
shoot. Showing. Okay, I'm sorry. It would look beautiful on my screen.
Yeah, just change your screen view.
We did send
We have
it.
to reshare.
We did send it to the clerk. I don't know if that helps.
Madam Clerk, do you happen to have it?
I have it. I don't have it pulled up, so if you want to give me just a minute or so, I can try to pull it up on my end.
Okay.
I will try one more time.
While we're doing that, are there any questions we can start kind of kicking off for Deborah from our team?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Holland, I saw you first.
Deb, for the overview, we appreciate it. And while I love mixed use concepts and I love a lot of the elements that are in this project, I think my only concern is still that staff has so many concerns and how we move forward if they're requesting some changes and how we kind of keep things moving forward. I'm not sure if you want to just kind of address that. If you think some more time with staff, you guys could figure out a way to kind of bridge the gap and come together.
Well, Commissioner Holland, Chairman, I appreciate that question, and we do prefer to be aligned with staff as well, and so I understand your concern, but we made every effort to. I mean, honestly, we were just really surprised by the level of changes that have been proposed, and I guess I would just point out, I mean, we looked at them pretty carefully to see, okay, what is this something that makes sense here? And none of them are required by your code. So there's nothing that's been proposed that needs to happen. And then you look at, well, your subjective criteria in your comprehensive plan. We think that our design, which was based on staff's input for the last year, better meets your plan. It creates more of that integration. Instead of having all of your commercial along 10 Mile, it's all pulled into the site and intermixed with our residential. So we think that we meet all of your code requirements. We best satisfy your comprehensive plan with our design. And it is our preferred layout. We've really grown to enjoy this functionality. We've spent a lot of time and money on it. We've done all of our utilities work. I mean, we've really developed this site that we worked on a long time with staff. So we're not supportive of a continuance to revisit something that just came up that is inconsistent with what we've worked on for a long time. That's not required, or we think even beneficial. I mean, just with all due respect to Joe, because we appreciate he's put a lot of time into this. It feels like just a preference, just kind of a, he rolled up his sleeves to write the staff report and thought, hey, wouldn't it be great to move this stuff around? Our preference is different. We feel like this is a great development for you to consider as a whole. So, oh, and thank you, Adrian. Looks like she's got the fly-through ready.
Mr. Chair and Deb, I apologize. I don't think that I can bring up the sound, but I think I should be able to get the video rolling for you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to play that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Holland, I think I was wrapping up your question. I guess one additional point to consider on the layout of why we think it's beneficial and why we prefer it. That commercial, moving that commercial down, the vertically integrated down to the southeast, isn't consistent with what we have understand from working with our brokers on what's going to be viable there. I mentioned the access limitations, but they really think that corner, the north corner and the centrally located commercial is going to create better access vehicularly. Also, from a pedestrian standpoint, we think that some of these uses, particularly those that are in the vertically integrated buildings, the coffee shop, the yoga facility, the yoga studio, those are the uses that people need to walk up to. And the further you put that away down in the corner, the less they're going to get used. you put those right around the clubhouse and the main central part of the neighborhood, we feel like that's going to activate those.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall, do you want to follow up?
No, I don't know that I have any follow-ups. I just feel like we're between a rock and a hard place because I don't like being stuck in a spot where staff doesn't agree with it. And I hear where the applicant's coming from too. And Deb, I like a lot of elements of it. I think they've shown that they're a good developer and they think outside of the box and how they bring projects together. And I agree with you. I like how a lot of those elements flow together because mixed use concepts that draw people towards kind of that central congregating area tend to be more effective in the long run anyway. So I don't disagree with that, but I'm not sure how we mitigate some of staff's concerns here too.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Steele, go right ahead.
I echo what Commissioner Holland is saying there. And after listening to the applicant, I mean, what she said was basically that they've worked everything out with Public Works. And I mean, I don't see anything on record as far as what was worked out, how it was worked out, what that's going to look like. So it sounds like some middle ground was met, but there's no record of what was, essentially what's being recorded for that. So it would be nice to remove ourselves out of that and let that come to where it needs to be before this comes back. Basically, that's my opinion of it. I mean, there's a lot of things I really like about this product, and I like that it's here, but there are some big concerns.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCarville.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of liking the commercial where the applicant has it. I think the issue that part of the issue that staff had moving it was the utilities. And I agree with Commissioner Seal that, I mean, I'd like to see maybe more on what the resolution was on that rather than just having to say, well, we resolved it. I think since it's been brought up as an issue, if we could see how that was resolved, I think that would alleviate some things for me. As far as all the moving around, I think the other stuff we can kind of discuss, but I think that I would like to see some more information on.
Agreed.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to those two comments?
Yep. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Seal and Commissioner McCarville. Since you both asked the same question, I appreciate the opportunity to respond. I think it's covered in the conditions that staff brought forward. And so in their condition A7, they contemplated that there could be some continued resolution of the concerns. And so there is an express condition that allows, at least 10 days prior to the city council hearing, the applicant will obtain that approval. And so we have submitted the updated plan to resolve their minor concerns, and they have approved it. And our civil engineer is here, David Bailey, if you'd like more details about exactly how they did it. But I guess the punchline that I want to make sure we all have in front of us is it doesn't cause us to rearrange the site. So there's nothing new to consider there. And two, that staff has already thoughtfully put that into the conditions of approval as a forward-looking way that so long as we have resolved it, that can move forward with the council. So, and like I said, our civil engineer is here if you'd like to ask him any more detailed questions than that.
Appreciate that. I think my only concern is we haven't, as a commission, heard from the Public Works. That's the only challenge. We usually have all that information in front of us. And I don't want to hand city council something that we haven't tried to work out all the details on before it goes to them. That's our job. But I appreciate the feedback there.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Joe, go right ahead. Love to hear from you.
Sure, thank you. The last thing I want to do is get into a tit for tat with Deb. I very much respect Deb, so I'm not trying to do that at all. I too have not gotten any kind of, I should say any kind of, I've not gotten a final approval from Public Works that the utilities match and will be functional 100%. I have not received that. I have been told that we are a lot closer than what we were, which is fantastic. And that's why I mentioned that in my initial presentation. because we need to keep working there. But again, I like commission, I have not seen that final approval, which is why I put that condition in there. And I was being courteous to say prior to city council, as you guys are discussing, that is part of why some of the changes that we recommended are based somewhat on that incorporation of the utility concern. Not only, yes, can it fit in the street, but also the service lines as well. Even though I have been told by land development that some of those discussions have occurred and we're a lot closer, they still have concerns whether or not this will functionally work. And I want to ensure that the site design is okay, that I want that final, I guess, formal, whatever word you want to use there, approval in order to make sure that this works. I'm not going to fall on the sword for moving the one vertically integrated building. I'm fine with that staying there. But the point of moving that was to avoid removing some of those units on the internal area to help spread those out and help with the service line issues as discussed, not by just myself, but also Public Works. That was one of their conditions on the other Modern Craftsman, and it's one of the conditions in this one. In regards to the other condition that they would like to modify regarding, I believe they said it's one of the Public Works conditions regarding modifying it to match the Modern Craftsman one. Staff is not supportive of that because the only reason that accommodation was made previously is because they did not do a preliminary plat. They did a short plat. So it was all done up front. In this case, that's not true. They will have to come back for a final plat. So that condition is written in line with our current processes. So I just wanted to clarify those few points there. And hopefully we can keep moving forward.
Thanks, Joe.
In addition, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask Deb, I saw that the parking plan that you had, ma'am, has that been updated to the new or the latest easement changes that have occurred? Because it doesn't look like it has. So I just wanted to clarify if that parking matches what's been changed to accommodate the easement.
If I can speak here, this is David Bailey. I'm with Bailey Engineering and the project engineer on this. And we actually got notice of the issues that we had here a couple of weeks ago on the Black Cat project. And the Black Cat project was a little different in that the water lines within that subdivision are under the jurisdiction of Suez, and they have slightly different easement requirements. And so we were able to make a minor adjustment to those plans that we could accommodate both the cities and Suez's requirements on that. So since then, we've gone through several iterations looking at how to locate the water and sewer lines within the street. And this was the primary requirement. And just for the record, this is new to us, and the city on this project is the first time they'll enforce not allowing the easements underneath the covered parking on the project. So we moved things around a little bit, and we were able to move a few of the carports around and adjust the location of the sewer and water lines within the drive aisles so that we would provide the full easement required for the city for both the sewer and water line without either of those easements being underneath any carports or any garages. And it gets difficult when they're across from each other, as it has on previous projects, because your drive aisles are 25 feet and 30 feet is required to provide those two easements for the sewer and water. But we've made those adjustments. My engineer, Kevin Craig, has submitted those changes to the Public Works. Public Works came back and had a question about a separation of a storm drain line on the plan, of whether it would be 4 feet from that. He made that additional adjustment and submitted that to Amanda McNutt on Tuesday, December 15th. And she sent an email back, which I just forwarded to Joe, that said, "Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you showing that. I think you have a good plan in place that should work with our standards." So we have a specific email from Amanda McNutt saying that this was completed. I guess Joe didn't get the copy of that.
Thanks, David. I appreciate it. The only challenge, I will be fully frank and honest with you, is I think we're in the middle of designing still. This just feels like we're we're still at the pre-app table. I mean, just to be frank and honest with you, this is supposed to be done and cooked so we can make good recommendations to council. And you guys are still designing a little bit in our middle of our meeting. And that's rough to put our commission in the middle of. And so I don't want to put, I appreciate both sides and I respect both sides of our team and your team, but I also want to make sure we're staying in the process, and it's difficult for our commissioners to have to a little bit call balls and strikes. And this is it's a weird position to be in, to be totally frank. So I don't know where my fellow commissioners are. I'd love to get your take, but this just seems like we're not there yet.
Chairman, can I answer that question?
Absolutely, go ahead, David.
Great, thank you, sir. I don't feel we're in the middle of designing this, and in fact, we don't do final designs for preliminary plat, never have in the past. We submitted this in accordance with the standards and designed it in the way that we have for all of the projects we've ever done in Meridian. They have acknowledged, your public works staff has acknowledged that your standards have not changed, but they have decided to start enforcing this in the middle of our project. So it's not you that are in the middle of this. It is our client and this project that is in the middle of this. And we're as frustrated as you are at this point of how we've been treated going along this way. And we have made some significant efforts to make sure that we're addressing every single comment that comes up on this. And we have addressed them all. And we get to this planning and zoning meeting and your staff member is still telling me that I haven't resolved them. And let me tell you, sir, I have resolved these issues and we can meet all your standards. And I can design and build this project in accordance with the way we have it set up here.
Appreciate that. Also appreciate the position we're in. I hope you understand. We have to make good decisions and provide a recommendation to the city council. And so I'm trying to do that and give our commissioners the best package we can see. And we have definitely a different view on both sides, which is not where we like to be, if that makes sense. And so I'm not trying to place blame on either side. I just want to give the best product and final package we can to city council, if that's where the decision of the commission. So, and I hope, Deb, I hope you understand that we're not trying to cast blame on anybody. We're just trying to polish the truth, as I call it. And I just, it's hard to do that when we have very different views in the middle of our meeting, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to clarify, again, these utility standards are not planning, so I'm not an engineer, so I don't pretend to know those requirements. I have been tasked as a city planner, being the project manager and conglomerating all of these different perspectives and issues and concerns and desires into one cohesive report, which I have my own qualms with, but we are here, neither here nor there. We're trying to move forward. The point is, the instances that Mr. Bailey is referring to, I have been told specifically that they were instances in that the city had to make accommodations because things were missed, and therefore we had to allow waivers. And not to mention we've had different city engineers. Again, this is what I've been told. I feel bad that he feels that we're picking on this project and calling out this specific project for things that haven't been enforced before. None of us want that for Mr. Bailey. So I do apologize for that. I have been told specifically that these are our standards and there shouldn't be waivers requested to meet the standards unless they are extenuating circumstances, which is what I was told were the situations previously. I don't want it to be misinterpreted by anybody that the city is picking and choosing who they want to enforce their standards on, because that is not what I've seen while being here at the city of Meridian, and that's not what I was told either. So I just wanted to clarify that for both the applicant and the commission.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, may I make one further point?
Yeah, go right ahead.
We appreciate the position you're in, the comments from Joe, that he's relaying concerns from Public Works. And so I guess what I would ask for you to consider, since you're asking, is this fully designed? How is this before you? the way I see this is that to the extent there were public works concerns, they have been resolved on our end on a factual basis. But from your point of view, and I think from Joe's point of view, he set you into the right path by requiring a condition of approval that does not allow us to get to City Council 10 days before. We have to show those plans. And so I think from the Planning and Zoning Commission's perspective, you have a site plan, you have the site plan that we are proposing, and we have to get Public Works sign off on that site plan. If we don't get Public Works sign off on that site plan, we're going to have to come back to you with another site plan. But if it is functionally and materially the same, then you have before you what you need, and you have a condition of approval to protect you to make sure we have to still get Public Works sign off. And so assuming we can address that, and it sounds like from Joe's comments, I appreciate that was kind of the root of some of his redesign. He was trying to create more space. That's helpful explanation to us, because it did feel a little out of the blue. If it was just that, then we are happy that that has been resolved and we can deal with that. If it's a preference, we don't share that preference, and I've already walked through why. And it sounds like some of the commission members have, also agree that they prefer the layout as it is. And so I think the commission actually has before it what you need to decide, which is the planning, the layout, the site plan. Is this a site plan generally, and the uses generally that you like? So I'd be happy to answer more questions, but I thank you for allowing me to make that additional comment.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing us back to that point. I do have one, and it's not a preference, it's a safety thing. I don't like the way you've set that intersection up at all. I think that's just waiting for somebody to get in an accident or somebody to get run over. So if there's a different design that you would be willing to throw in there, whether that's a roundabout, one-way roundabout or something, is there a direction you can go there? Because I think if that's two-way traffic all the way around that thing, with commercial and residential traffic all trying to intermix, I think that's going to be somewhat of a train wreck. So can you comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we are perfectly willing to work on that with the city to make sure that that it's redesigned in a way that everybody's comfortable. And that's why we did comment on the condition of approval from Joe, but we accept the condition where he asked us to work with the city and resolve any safety concerns they have before council, and we're happy to do that.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCarville, go right ahead.
I noticed the same thing, Deb, in the video view. It almost looked like it was acting like a roundabout. I didn't really see the two-way traffic. So it seems like it could be almost there. Is that what I saw, or is that really supposed to be two-way traffic in there?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner McCarville, that may be one of the solutions, is to route the traffic in that direction. Okay. We certainly like it as a traffic calming device. And so, if we can preserve that functionality, that it calms and slows people, that would be nice. But obviously we want it to be safe.
Additional comments or questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Casanelli.
I've got a couple things that I haven't, I don't think I've heard information on. This being a 100% leasable product, is there a requirement for an on-site manager, and can you address that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Casanelli, yes, we will have on-site management in the clubhouse for the residential property there.
So, and that'll be staffed to standard business hours, or what's that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Casanelli, yes, 7 days a week, and we have office space for them available in the clubhouse as well.
Okay. Another question I have, and Mr. Chair, if I can, I've got a couple here. I don't, if you guys, and this might be for Joe, but the project I guess that'd be the southwest edge there, where the townhouses are lined up. I don't know what's proposed in that adjacent property, but is that a Is that a good transition to because obviously there's something, we got a cul-de-sac in there, and I don't know if we've looked at that before. I've missed the last couple of meetings, so if that's been looked at, but I would just I want to know that we're not going to have an issue, I guess, with transition on those townhouses at some point down the road.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Castellani, great question. I touched on it in my staff report, but just not tonight. Directly adjacent, abutting the property there is going to be a few lots, not very many, but they will be detached single-family homes. And thankfully, the applicant's proposing to have those townhomes opposite direction, I guess you could say, or perpendicular to those lots. That way, those homes are not looking at 60 units; they're only looking at one side of a building, which I think is a great site design by them and incorporates those views as well, and the pathway that's also a buffer between those that will include landscaping. So I touched on all of that in my staff report, and I think that it should be a fine transition. I don't think we'll have any issues there.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Bill. Also, to that point is we have an active application right now, so we can't get into too many of those details with you guys, but you'll see that forthcoming. And just to let you know that the same engineering firms representing that landowner too, so they're working together and making sure that these projects do integrate and get some of that connectivity that we're looking for in this area. So I just wanted to let you know, yes, that's all being worked out and everyone's working together. And that's really how we're going to get this Pine Street connected and completed with this project. It's critical to me. That's the critical portion of this development, is really getting that Pine Street connected with the first phase. And this applicant, and even the applicant to the north, is willing to do that now because it's required of their development. So they're working out those details, a private agreement behind the scenes. And again, we've had conversations with the applicant. They know the city's desire to make that happen, and they're doing everything they can to do that. I did just want to touch bases, at least give you guys a little bit of insight with my experience on this project, just to kind of help you guys, guide you to a decision or some recommendation tonight, I guess, because we have gotten off topic a little bit. It's not always professional for us to be here bantering back and forth about a project, and this is an unusual one for sure. We had Public Works give us some concerns, raise some concerns, and so Joe did what he did as the lead. Reached out and tried to resolve that issue, although it was a little late in the process. I wish we could have got it before figured out before the application was before you, but sometimes those things happen. Now, Joe and I did meet with some of the applicants' team back in October, and we talked about some of these integrations and some redesign with them, and we all left that meeting feeling comfortable, and we were also asked to condition the project with some of those changes. And so in my opinion, I left that meeting in October thinking we had a solution. I think they somewhat agreed that they could look at making some of those changes. Ultimately, they didn't. And so staff landed on a position that where we had to make a recommendation to make sure that what they were proposing was not only consistent with code, but consistent with the comp plan policies. And I think the applicant's representative, Deb, does a great job. I mean, the comp plan is a guide. It's not thou shall, but it is open to interpretation. And from staff's vantage point, we feel maybe not all of the changes that we're proposing this evening, but some of those changes could be incorporated to get this in alignment a little closer to what we feel is more consistent with the mixed use community designation. And so staff was very adamant that potentially continuing this out and working with the applicant to smooth out some of those things was probably in their best interest. But realizing that, they spent a significant amount of time and money into the site design. And although it's not horrible, it's not a bad site design, I appreciate the commentary tonight and us and Deb explaining somehow that integration and their thought process behind that. To me, that helps go a long ways. So certainly, I don't know if we're all on the same page tonight. We'll leave that up to you. But as you know, this is annexation. This is, once we give zoning, I mean, we lose a little bit of that control. So this is our one chance to get it right. And if you guys think the plan that they're presenting is getting it right, then by all means, forward on a recommendation of approval and strike those conditions. If you feel like we haven't baked this idea, this plan enough, and you still want to see Public Works, or at least have somebody testify at the hearing to speak about some of their concerns, or if we have it worked out, that's fine. We can move forward with the condition as the applicant stated. But it's our opinion, at least staff's opinion, that there needs to be further refinement to this plan. And going back to the Black Hat project, you know, this commission was very instrumental in making sure. I mean, this is mixed use. Although we have a design review process. We know they can come back and provide elevations and go through that process and try to emulate the development. This is mixed use. This is meant to be integrated. To me, all of these details should be provided to you now to make sure that it is consistent with the mixed use. And that's exactly what you did on the previous project. You told them to bring it back. You want it more commercial, and you wanted them to incorporate the commercial elevations into that design. And that's what we tied them to in their project off of Chinden Boulevard. So to me, we're treating this application the same as the last one. We worked with them, we made changes. Deb acknowledged that we worked very well too. I thought it was a very good effort, and we appreciate their collaboration and their teamwork. I mean, they did a phenomenal job. That turned out better than when they first submitted it. And that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to help guide them and partner with them so that we can carry this alongside and not bring any issues to you, and go forward to City Council with a project that we can all be proud of. So I'm going to quit grandstanding now. Sorry, Deb. But I just at least wanted to share with the commission that, you know, each project is unique, but at the same time, I think we've seen this similar project, and a lot of these same issues that were brought up on that project still exist on this project. So I just want to at least try to refresh your memory on that previous project and let you know that we did work very well together, and we got that to the finish line. So I'll just stop my grandstanding here and then stand for any other questions you guys may have.
Bill, thank you. We always appreciate your perspective. It helps keep us moving forward and keep us focused. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Castanelli.
I just, if I could, I got questions answered, which I appreciate. I just wanted to make some comments too on this, and that was good hearing Bill's perspective. I do like, there's a lot of elements about this that I like that are unique. I looked at some of the applicants' other projects throughout the country, and I think they bring a refreshing aspect that we seem to get stuck in some of the same things here in Meridian by the same developers doing projects over and over and over again. It's kind of a rubber stamp, nothing unique. And I think this brings some unique aspects. So I'm, you know, I appreciate the comments from staff, and I don't normally like to, you know, I totally respect staff and what they do and their passion and heart for doing things right. There's a lot of things I like about this. The only thing that to me is this public works issue that needs to be resolved. And I don't like, you know, I like having it the complete package. So I am disappointed that we didn't get it with all those questions answered already. So we're not trying to have to figure out how we move. But I did want to comment that I really like a lot of the aspects. I do like the commercial, all that commercial tight together, because it does keeps it together instead of being spread about. But in my opinion, what we really need to do is obviously figure out that public works aspect. And I don't know if just that condition is good enough for that, but those are my thoughts right now.
With Commissioner Castanelli, I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I think that I love the product. It's literally getting built down the street for me off of Black Hat. So I totally agree with your comments. I think this is a unique product that is needed in our area, and I don't think we would probably have a problem. I just want to make sure we have all our ducks in a row. And Deb, not saying that you guys don't. I'm just saying we don't have all the information we need to from our team possibly to make a good decision. So it has nothing to do with the design of the project, in my opinion, right now. It's making sure that we have all our information. So if it's the commissioner, if you guys feel comfortable with the aspects that Joe's laid out in the conditions, my concern is looking at the response from the applicant, we have 5 pages of response that are basically, they don't agree with a lot of the conditions that are in there. So we're going to need to sit down for a while here and work through 5 pages of response. And where I think maybe we could possibly, as Bill suggested, continue this to the 7th of January, which is only 2 weeks away. And I know that's the holidays, and I'll let you comment on this, but we don't have very much on that calendar. Let you guys sit down with the team of our staff, finalize all this stuff, and give us a package that we know we can be proud of and move forward without any real issue. And we can feel like we're doing our job for city council. And Deb would love your feedback there.
Mr. Chairman and commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on it. Now, obviously, we don't want more delay. It's been a long process, and we did come forward with a fully complete site plan, but we understand your concern of wanting the public works item to be resolved and resolved in a way that it's before you, that you know the site plan that you like is going to happen. And so if we could limit the deferral to not open everything back up and just be to, confirm the public works, that we would ask that of you if we could to consider that so that it is truly just to get that last item pinned down. That would be our request, that we would just appreciate everything we can to move forward in a timely way and not, revisit everything.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I never want to delay you guys. I know how much time and money goes into your efforts, so that's never my hope. I don't want to delay you any more than you have to. Commissioner Holland, go right ahead.
I think it was Commissioner McCarville speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner McCarville, sorry.
Yeah, do we want to discuss some of the other things before issuing the continuance, and do we want to do public testimony tonight or on the continuance? Or is there any?
I don't know if we didn't have any in the packets. I guess we could check and see. We can keep moving forward. I think we all, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think we liked the design previously. I thought we worked really well to get that over the finish line, as Bill said. And I think there's I know Commissioner Carville, you and I probably are on the same page on where the commercial is. And it sounds like Commissioner Castelli maybe as well. So I'm happy.
Yeah.
Happy to have that conversation as we'll work through it.
Yeah, I like where the commercial is. I agree, I think, with the applicant about that unit in the back, about not having that being open space. I think it's probably safer having the unit back there. And then the subjective about the colors, I actually like the colors, even though there's not that many. There's a lot of contrast. So it's to me, it's better than having 4 pale colors. The design, I think, offered a lot of was pleasing. But I do, let's see. Yeah, I think if we get that roundabout or just that entrance figured out and the public works, I think a lot of the other stuff in it I liked. So,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Steele.
Just, if it's all right, I'm just going to go through the applicant's response here to the staff report and ask questions specific to that. So on A2, and Joe, these questions are kind of coming your way and if you're looking at the applicant's response to A2, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of exactly what that means in their response to make sure that we've got the rest of this, because there is 5 pages of it here. 2 pages are basically explanation, and some of the rest of it is, dotting I's and crossing T's, in my opinion. I just want to make sure that, like A2, A15, B29, that those responses from the applicant are acceptable.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Steele, sure. How do I put this here? I got to read their specific recommendation or request theirs.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot, but it's just
No problem.
there's just a lot of info here, and I want to make sure that, you know, if we do move forward with this, that it's informed.
Mr. Chair, this is Bill. I would suggest that we let Joe review the applicant's response. Let's get through the public hearing portion. Let's open this up for public testimony and finish that, and then we can let Deb have her rebuttal, and then Joe, and then we can attack any of those other applicants' response and conditions. And that
Okay.
way, that way you can either get prepared to make a decision or make a recommendation to continue, deny, approve, whatever it may be. But let's just follow the process first, and then we can circle back on the applicant's rebuttal and answer some of those questions for you.
Thanks, Joe. And Bill.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Steele, does that work for you? Because I think
Yes.
that's my concern, is that we're going to be here for another 2 hours walking through this. And that's
Sure.
what I want to see before we get here. In normal circumstances, we have a couple of items that are we don't have a 5-page list. And and I know we're slammed and staff's busy, but that's usually we have most of that stuff worked out, and we're on a couple of items. So, but let's keep processing forward. Anybody have any additional questions for Deb at this point? If not, we'll open the public hearing, or open for public testimony. And Deb will come back to you so you can close, and then we'll fire questions at Joe after that. Does that work, Commissioner Steele?
Possibly. My only concern is that if we go through with the public testimony and we come back, then we do move to continue it, then we have to condition that as well, so that we refine that into the smallest amount of hearing possible the next go round.
I
So,
think that's Deb's request as well.
okay, and that's my only concern. I think we're down to the meat of it at this point in time. I think we're close. I think my opinion is we're still far enough away that a continuance is there, but I just want to make sure that if we go that route, that you know, we do it with the smallest footprint as possible.
Absolutely, makes sense. Any additional questions or comments at this point? Okay, Deb, we'll come back to you shortly, ma'am. Madam Clerk, if there anyone that wishes to testify in this application?
Not.
And if you are on Zoom, please raise your hand via the Zoom application at the bottom of the screen. Commissioner Grove, you're giving me a thumbs up. Nobody's there.
We have 4 people in the audience, but nobody's indicating to speak on this one.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Steele, do you want to walk through with Joe, or do you want me to have Deb go ahead through and close? What would be your preference? So I want to make sure we wrap it up.
Yeah, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and have Deb wrap it up, and then we can hear from Joe, and I think we're ready to make a decision at that point.
I will save you the time, because I know we do want to work through the conditions. We appreciate that effort. If you have questions of me, I'll answer them, and I'd like to weigh in on any comments on the conditions as you walk through them. But I think we've said what we need to say to support the developments. Thank you very much.
Deb, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Joe, do you have some feedback? As I know you probably were speed reading, but you can start walking us through the response.
Sure.
And walk through this.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. The first one, I understand where they're coming from for 8.2. I don't 100% agree with the way that they're requesting to write it, only because I do want, and when we write these, we do specifically want to note that they need a rezone exhibit and legal descriptions to be revised. I'm assuming that that's presumed, but we also want that specifically written. If they want to take off the end because none of my recommended changes are going to be there, perfectly fine. I don't care. That's fine. So basically to say at least 10 days prior to city council hearing, the applicant shall provide a revised plat and rezone exhibits and legal descriptions of the requested R15 and CC zoning districts to eliminate any split zoning. That's fine with me.
Mr. Chairman, we would agree with that.
Okay. Thanks, Deb. Moving on to the next one, Joe.
You want to go literally the next one, A5, or the ones that they are amenable to but want corrections? How are we doing this?
The ones that I seek to understand specifically were the A2, A15, and B29, just to make sure that I understand what implications there are with that.
Okay. All right. A15. The existing is applicant shall obtain certificate of zoning compliance approval for the entire subject site prior to applying for any building permit. That is in line with most multifamily and commercial projects. The point of having it for the entire site is because it's a mixed use project. If I'm amenable to splitting it up between the residential, one for the residential, one for the commercial, that's fine as well. That's also in line with the way that we do things if these happen to come in separately. So again, when I wrote that condition, it was just to go along with the fact that it's one project. Granted, any approval garnered from this will also be the overarching theme. So it works both ways.
Mr. Chair.
Bill, go ahead.
I just want to go back to that condition a little bit more and just get explanation, maybe even from the applicant. Is it your intent to develop this in two phases? Because that's how we would do that. Your commercial would have to come in with a phase, and then the residential could come in as one phase. And you could show us a phasing plan from now till council, 10 days prior to city council, give us your phasing plan. But I know it's been our staff's experience that our city council and even P&Z would like to get some of those landscape improvements along the frontage just to kind of beautify the development and then hold off on the rest of the commercial pad sites. But I don't know if the applicant's amenable to maybe even adding a condition that if they do phase the development for the commercial, at least commit to doing the frontage improvements along 10 Mile with the first phase so that we get all that landscaping in at one time.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
I do have a condition already in there that requires that the frontage and landscape improvements are done with phase one, even if there's not a phase, but in general, to have them done up front. So I think we are covered there. But then to Bill's point, and thank you, Bill, I agree. Yes, the other aspect of requiring a CCC for the whole site is because this has not been presented to us as a phase development. So if they're going to develop the whole site at once, then they do one CCC. And then knowing that each individual pad site, commercial pad site, will also require a CCC for that building and design review for those buildings.
Mr. Chairman?
Doug, go ahead.
We are amenable to providing that phasing plan as requested.
Okay, thank you. What was the B?
Yep, B2.9, correct. So this, as I noted before, they're requesting to change it to the same one that was written in for Modern Craftsman at Black Cat, which is the sister project to this. Again, the only reason that was changed before was because the existing condition notes a final plat, which was not applicable in the other project. It is applicable in this case because this is a preliminary plat because of other legal issues regarding whether or not the type of parcel it is and whether it's been subdivided before, et cetera. They have to do a preliminary plat. So at final plat, these other things need to occur. And that is one of those stopgaps that Public Works has to ensure that the road base and the sewer and water systems and everything is approved and finalized before the subdivision is recorded. Sorry. And that the final plat is recorded prior to receiving any building permits. It's just to ensure that we don't give building permits out before all the public improvements are there. That's why staff is not amenable to changing that condition.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just say thank you to the commission for allowing us to do this? We can agree to the B29 language as presented if we could. Our concern with the final plat is that we just like it to be approved, not recorded, because there's a significant amount of development that occurs after approval and before recording with bonding. And so I think that would address our concerns, and we don't have to go all the way back to the same language. We had proposed that because it had been approved by the city, but I understand the concern that Joe's making, that there is a reason to not go all the way to that language. If we could have that the final plat for the subdivision shall be approved prior to applying for building permits, that allows us to move forward expeditiously and in accordance with the city code that allows bonding.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I think that leaves maneuvering things around is the open lot versus a buildable lot in the rear. And then colors. Is that my understanding? Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Joe.
if I may make this easier for everybody, I will not fall on the sword for moving the vertically integrated and or removing that lot and along the southwest. If I understand the explanations and the desires of the applicant, I think I have a better understanding now than what I did, to be honest, which I appreciate. Thank you, Deb. So that is understandable. I do still feel that having townhomes along Pine is somewhat of a better transition than those detached units. I don't want to make them lose units. That's not my intention either. If they could remove those 14 and maybe add additional, if they did 3 of the townhomes, that would be 18. So they actually gained some. I could see how that would work, maybe even just 2, and then they lose 2 units compared to the 14. Again, the part of that point is to help alleviate some of the utility concerns of having garages or carports within that easement along the private street, which would not be an issue anymore if you have driveways abutting that street. So again, as I said before, I did not receive that email that Mr. Bailey referenced, so he's right. I did not get that. I did receive a separate email noting that, yes, we're a lot closer, but we're still not 100% clear how this is going to work. And that 100% clear part is where I have concern. And so that's why I have that condition in the staff report, noting that at least 10 days prior, which I feel needs to be a very hard deadline that most applicants never adhere to, needs to be held to. And so that we have adequate time to both review those documents and also get a proper recommendation from commission to council. I think that's very important. So the other, like I said, the southwest unit, keep it fine. Keeping the vertically integrated where it is, understandable. The colors, as I noted, the point that I was trying to refer to was that the specific use standard, or the architectural standards manual, says that no 2 multifamily buildings should look the same. However, there's 135 units and multiple buildings in here. So you can't have 80 different looks. I understand that. My point is that both the commission and the council last time around with the same color scheme had noted that it tends to blend together, which also is part of the mixed use policy. So I understand they're contradicting somewhat, but my point of that was just to try to help get a little bit more differentiation between the units, a little bit more pizzazz, for lack of a better term, just to help bring it a little bit more alive. Again, if the commission feels differently, I understand that as well. Maybe it gave me flashbacks to West Point. I don't know. Not a good time, but it's makes sense though to keep them cohesive as well. I do understand that. And then I don't believe there were any other concerns other than the internal intersection, which again, I'd like to note has been brought up multiple times, and we were told to condition that. So that's what we did. So that's where we're at with that.
Joe, quick question on the townhomes on the Pine side.
Yes, sir.
If we had clarification from Public Works on water lines, and would that give us the ability to understand that better? And we don't have that right now. Would that, if we did have that at a later date, would that help us, or
Mr. Chair,
or is that need to be dealt with now?
Yeah, Commissioner Fitzgerald, having their approval and then having all of the plans revised to reflect that would be very beneficial, yes. Because I don't know if I said it specifically, but The plans that were shown here, at least in my presentation, do not reflect some of those easement changes that I also received in a separate document. And so my concern is that some of this may not be 100% accurate. Again, I didn't draw these, so I can't make those changes. I don't know if they were that major. I think some section of the roads were widened and that changed some things there. And then the placement of the garages, carports changed as well, which is not reflected on any of the CUP plan, or I don't know the parking plan, if that was updated or not, because that wasn't in my set of plans. So I think that having those all be reflected throughout those site plans would be a benefit. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Additional comments or questions for Joe?
Mr. Chairman, I
That's all right.
apologize. Are you looking for my feedback on those items?
I think we're just trying to see what we have left over and where we can go. So if you have additional comments, please share them.
I appreciate all the work by cooperation with Joe and the work by the commission to get us there. And it sounds to us like we can bring back for you before the 7th the time for you to consider a full package on the 7th. We need to address the intersection. We need to address the public works requirements and confirm that in fact they have approved our plans. And we need to provide you the updated rezone and plat lines. And so with that, I think that we feel strongly that we can do all of that before your January 7th hearing so that you can just have those items remaining.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions for Deb before we close the public hearing or maybe not close the public hearing and deliberate?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Grove, go right ahead.
Hey, Deb, I had a question for you on something that we haven't really discussed, and sorry if I don't want to drag this out any longer, but just in regards to the vertical integrated unit that's in the center, one of the aspects that you had on the last project on the Black Cat and Chinden was integration with that vertically integrated product, more so with the open space. And my question is, how is that envisioned to work with that open space that is next to it, but not necessarily behind it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Grove, thanks for that question. So the vertically integrated space that we had at Black Cat was along Black Cat Road, and it was separated from the clubhouse by a road, and it was actually separated from the big community plaza area by the road too. It was the pop-up space that kind of opened right onto that plaza. So I think that might be what you're thinking of. But in any case, we actually like the way that both of these vertically integrated buildings are oriented here. They accommodate that kind of active streetscape with the parking that's available to serve them. So you get that commercial activity, but also has the pedestrian pathway that runs along both of them that is part of the, like for the one on the north, the east-west connection for those residents as they're moving toward the commercial area. And then you have the raised crosswalks or delineated crosswalks that are going to go just next to that connect on the side of that northern vertically integrated building. And same when you look at the one that's central, it's next to the open space, the park on one side. On the other, you've got the raised crosswalk that goes across. And in the middle, you've got the larger crosswalk that goes over to the two central plazas. So it's not facing the big plaza in the same direct way as that old pop-up was, but it is fully surrounded by connectivity on all sides.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Any additional follow-up, Commissioner Grove? Thank you. Any additional questions for Deb at this time? Deb, you were awesome. Thank you so much for working through it with us. And we'll have a chat and go from here. Before we close the public hearing, do we have a direction we want to head? It sounds like Deb knows where they need to go. Do we feel comfortable bringing it back on the 7th of January with that information? Is there anything else you'd like her to take into account or Do we want to deliberate on anything further?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hall.
I have a list of things that I wrote down from all the comments if we want me to read through them and see if we're hitting all the marks.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Okay, I have first of all, A2, that we would revise the staff report to have the applicant provide a revised plat to align the lots and zone lines. A15, that the applicant will phase the commercial and do the frontage improvements with the first phase. B2.9, that the final plat should be approved prior to building permit, not necessarily prior to being recorded. We would remove the condition to relocate the vertically integrated structures and leave them where they are. That we would have the applicant revisit with staff on the types of units that are against pine. That was a request by Joe. The color palette is still an item of discussion if we want to include something about that. I'm okay leaving the color palette the way that it is, but we could put a condition in there that the applicant would consider an additional color palette or accent that could help with differentiation. Confirm with Public Works on meeting their needs with this application. And then the last thing I had was adjust the layout to show a revised roundabout or alternative intersection in the entrance around the commercial.
Sounds right to me. Commissioner Seal, go right ahead.
I would say it's like she was looking at my notes, but very, very similar notes. The only thing I agree with, and maybe it's because I've lived on military housing as well. So, I mean, I know in the beginning with the contrast that's there, it all looks shiny, brand new and everything, but over time it's going to look like Army housing, Navy housing. So I just don't think there's enough color. There's enough difference in there for sure, as far as what's built and how it's put together and presented. But the color palette to me needs to be expanded to provide something a little bit less earthy in areas where applicable.
Thoughts on the lot in the back? I know I heard Commissioner McCarville's opinion on that. I have mixed emotions because I think it is great spot for open space, even if it is in the back. So and it's kind of a weird spot with that single lot there. But I'm indifferent. So any additional thoughts there?
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of indifferent on it as well.
Sure. I think it's hard to fully make a decision just because we don't know what's to the west of it. And so knowing how open that would look from a police perspective, I think that would be, it's somewhat hard to make a full decision on that, in that regard.
Maybe we could ask Joe to get Meridian Police Department's true opinion on that specific change, if they have an opinion.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
One other thought is if we did leave that as open space, it might be nice to have some sort of specific amenity to it that would help prevent crime-related type uses. Like potentially it could be a good dog park location if you had a fenced area, or I don't know, something that's a little more visible so it's not a danger zone.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with them keeping the lot there too. It doesn't seem to be a conflict to me.
Okay. With that, I think we've given Deb direction, and I think we have space on our January 7th calendar. So is there any other additional comments or things we need to share with them so they can make good decisions and be able to finalize everything to bring us back in a very limited public hearing package?
Mr. Chair, is there any desire of the commission to see commercial elevations, or are you in agreement with the applicant allowing that to happen when they actually have an end user?
They're coming back to the CUP, right?
For the drive-through use, yes.
Drive-through only.
It's going to depend on the proposed use in the commercial zone, whether or not it's principally permitted or conditional use.
Thoughts, team?
I believe that was A11 was the one that was in there, and I just, well, no, that was A14. I don't have a note on that one. It seems like, you know, if there were elevations submitted, then that seems to be covered. That said, I think there's I don't have any issues with them needing to submit elevations for that. if that's what they're after between now and then.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Grove, go right ahead.
There's Commissioner Holland and myself, but
Commissioner Holland, and it all formed into Commissioner Grove's voice. That was awesome. Commissioner Holland, go right ahead, then we'll go to Joe.
Mr. Chair and Joe, one of my suggestions would be on the commercial elevations that we could just make a note that says it would be something comparable to what was shown on the flyover video. I felt like they did kind of show some sample elevations in the way that the flyover came through of how the commercial would integrate in. I don't know if that's just a thought.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Commissioner Holland. I do understand that. And that's kind of the point of why I asked for that. It's not to say that this is what you shall build. It's just, this is annexation and a mixed use project. We're not asking for something we don't always ask for with commercial projects, which is some type of conceptual elevations. More so as a guide for future development, I do not plan on saying that these are the elevations that will be built. It's more of just conceptual, so both commission understands what's being proposed and also council. That was my only comment there.
Okay.
I'm fine adding that to the list.
That's fine. So somebody want to make a continuance motion if that's the direction we're headed, and try to make it as narrowly as possible to keep us where we'll work with the applicant on these specific things, and we can go from there.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holland.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to continue file number, sorry, there's a lot of text here, H-2020-0099 Mile High Pines to the hearing date of January 7th for the following reasons: that the staff would work with the applicant and also make adjustments to the staff report on these items. A.2, that the applicant would provide a revised plat to align lots and zone lines. A15, modify that the applicant will phase the commercial and do frontage improvements with the first phase of development, but that they would also provide conceptual elevations for what the commercial could look like in the future. Modified B29, that the final plat should be approved prior to building permit, not necessarily before recording. That we would remove the condition of relocating the vertically integrated structures and leave them where they are. That the applicant would revisit with staff on the type of units that are going to be placed against pine and the transition there. That the applicant would consider an additional color palette or some sort of accent within the site development that could help with differentiation and breaking up the development. That the applicant would, or that staff would confirm with Public Works on meeting their needs with the application and have that recorded in the staff report. That the applicant would adjust the layout to show a revised roundabout or alternative intersection in the entrance around the commercial. And I think that's it.
Nice work. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue, and I need to find it. File number H-2020-0099 to the hearing date of January 7th, 2021. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Deb, thank you guys. Joe, thanks for all your work. Appreciate it. We look forward to seeing you on the 7th.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Holland.
one quick comment before we keep moving on. I know we still have 3 applications to hear tonight. I'm a little bit nervous about the last application that we might lose some folks who had interest in public testimony before we even get to those applications. Do we want to confirm with the clerk if we have people signed up for public testimony on some of those last items to see if we want to shuffle things around?
Yeah, we could talk. Madam Clerk, do we have public testimony on the last 3 items? Can you give us some? I don't want to I mean, I understand what you're saying. What I want to say is we can call it when we think we need to. And that's not putting any pressure on, but I also want to make sure the public gets their time, and they've spent some time with us tonight. But if we're feeling like we can't go further than the next two, I want to make sure we do that now. So thank you for bringing that up. Madam Clerk, do you have thoughts there?
Mr. Chair, since we're doing in person and online, I have some sign-up sheets that I have to run and get from the back. Preliminary information shows that I do have only on the next 3 applications, I have a few people that have signed up for the Southridge South application. Give me 30 seconds and I'll be right back to give you more information.
Okay. Does anybody need a real quick break?
Might be a good time to take one.
Yeah. While she's doing that, let's do a 3-minute break or bio break and get some water, and we'll be back in at 8:37. We're mostly back. Madam Clerk, do you have more information for us?
Mr. Chair, I do. So for Daphne Square, I have a few people that are in-house wishing to testify on that project. On Cache Creek, I have one person in-house wishing to testify on that project. On Southridge South, I don't have anybody signed up in-house to testify on that project, but I do have one or two people online wishing to testify.
Because I think we just got to keep plowing forward, especially if we have people in chambers on the next two. So if there's a time when if you have a situation where you need to get off, let us know and we can make sure we have a quorum. But let's see how far we can get. Commissioner Holland, I know you're in a situation where little one may need you too. So keep us in the loop and we'll keep plowing forward until and we have over a quorum right now. So if there's a situation where you needed to hop off, we totally understand. But let's see how far we can get and let me know if there's a concern from you or from other commissioners and we'll go from there. Does that work?
Sounds good. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you. With that, let us move on to the next item on our agenda. I think we have everybody back. The next item on the agenda is Daphne Square subdivision, file number H2020-0101. And let's start with the staff report. Alan, are you available?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. If you can hear me and see my presentation, give me a thumbs up.
You're good, sir. Go right ahead.
So this is a proposal for annexation, rezoning to R15 and a preliminary plat to allow 30 building lots and 3 common lots. The site is 4.97 acres of land. It's presently zoned RUT in unincorporated county, and it's located at 4700 West McMillan Road at the northeast corner of North Black Cat and West McMillan. You can see the future land use map there. It recommends medium density residential. You can see the zoning map in the middle and the aerials. So we'll start with the plat here. So the property presently contains an existing manufactured home that will be removed. This proposal includes mostly duplexes, in addition to several single family attached structures. Staff does believe this is a housing type that would lead to more diversity in housing, as the majority of housing in this area is single family residential. I'll put this, I think it's easier to see this colored probably plat. There's 2 points of access proposed. The first is an internal street. That's here. It goes to the north to Brody Square, which was approved, I think, in July. Comes up to Daphne Street, and then you can either go east down to McMillan, or you can go west to North Black Cat. Only one street, which is this one here, will serve the internal development, and this dead ends in a cul-de-sac. So Black Cat and West McMillan are presently 2 lanes. They don't contain any sidewalks at the present. The applicant's required to dedicate right away for future widening and to construct these 5-foot sidewalks. These are the same width that would connect with properties that have been approved, the Brody Square to the north, as well as properties to the west. It's important to note that there's a roundabout, future roundabout that is planned at this intersection here. The applicant has provided a parking exhibit, which indicates 30 additional on-street spaces. This is in addition to the 2-car garages and the 2-car driveways that are shown for all units. So each unit has like I said, 2-car drive, 2-car garage, and here is a parking plan which shows that in addition to that, above what's required, they have 30 parking spaces. This is the applicant's common open space exhibit. So this property is less than 5 acres in size. This means that per our standards, it does not have to meet the common open space and amenity requirements. However, this is an annexation and the applicant proposes the density that's at the high end of the MDR range. Again, the range is 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. The applicant proposes 6. Staff informed the applicant that in order for staff to support a density as high as R15, this development should contain quality open space and amenities. If not, perhaps a lower density such as R8 would be more appropriate. The landscape plan indicates 12% of open space amenity of a 5,600 square foot lot, which you can see right here. And staff is not convinced that this project actually proposes 12% common open space. The reason why is, first of all, it counts the buffers twice. You can only count the landscape buffers along Black Cat and McMillan as 1/2. So that's counted as 1/2, but it also looks like that they might be counting the parkways that are along this as well, which is kind of double counting. The other thing is that the parkways that you can see along Riva Capri Street, those are the detached sidewalks, you can't count the driveways. And this exhibit here, from what you're seeing, shows that those driveways are being counted in. The last thing is that as we mentioned, there's a roundabout that is eventually proposed at the Black Cat McMillan Road intersection. And we don't know how much of this landscaping at the end of that cul-de-sac this project is going to lose, but we do think that that could happen. We'd really want to see what this project would look like after that roundabout and after the right-of-way is dedicated. Also, I guess staff's opinion is that the common open space that they're proposing here is directly on the intersection of North Black Cat and West McMillan. Staff doesn't believe that a park or a bench directly on this intersection would be considered quality open space, something that the residents would use. So staff's recommendation, there is a retention pond, which is shown up here. Let me back up and you can see it here. So there's a retention basin that's shown here. One of staff's recommendations is that these two lots could be merged into one larger open space, and this could serve as a quality open space. Per the code, if this was more than 5 acres, if they were using the retention basin, then they would have to provide at least 20,000 square foot of additional space. In this particular case, this is much less, but we do think it would be usable. Again, staff's thoughts on this is that they're proposing to go to R15, which is pretty dense. That's pretty high on the recommendations. Staff's opinion is if they don't provide good quality open space for the residents, we'd probably recommend something lower like R8. Here's a picture of the elevations if you'd like to see them. With that, really, that's our only major issue is the merging of the two lots into the detention basin. And with that, staff recommends approvals with the conditions as listed in the staff report.
Thanks, Alan. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for Alan at this point? Okay, hearing none. Thanks, Alan. We appreciate that. Would the applicant like to come forward or join us? I think Matt's online. Matt, I see your.
Prearranged, so that's good.
Thanks, Alan. Matt, can you unmute yourself and then turn your video on if you'd like, and you can join us? Matt, are you with us, sir?
I am with you.
Hey, sir. Good evening.
Get this light off my face. It's a little bright. That's a little better.
So please introduce yourself and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, commissioners. Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile and Meridian, here on behalf of Berkeley Communities for the Daphne Square subdivision. Thanks for having me and staying up a little late. It's a pretty small little site that Joe Atala brought to me and said, hey, what can we do with this? And even though it says 4.97, it's really about 3.75. It has an extraordinary right-of-way requirement being on a corner. I've done some other 4.97 acre sites that all the right-of-way was already taken out. This is not one of them. So it's a really constrained site in terms of what can you do with it. We've had a similar one with Berkeley a few years ago called Bancroft Square by Sutherland Farm. It was a cul-de-sac, and your open space tends to be on the end of the cul-de-sac, and or if not, you're just losing lots to lose lots. And I would be remiss to do so without at least giving some other options. And so I want to speak to that, but first I'd like to kind of go to the big picture of where our site is and how it relates to Brody Square to the north that was approved over the summer previous to us, because really this is like a phase 2 of Brody Square, and that our access relies on it, because we cannot take access off of Black Cat and McMillan any longer with the intersection being right there. and we rely on their sewer, their water, their everything. And they're out there right now tearing down some houses and getting going, and we hope to kind of come along a few months behind them and be phase 2. So if I don't know if Alan or somebody can you put up that, or if I can take control of the presentation to where I can scroll forward a little bit.
You should be able to share your screen there, Matt. You should have the option to do that.
Okay, share screen. All right. Well, I've never shared a screen before, so let's see
you'll
what
see
it
if you
does.
can click it. There you go.
All right. All right. All right. I'm a little bit, your screen sharing. Okay. I'm not seeing
We
anything.
can see your computer desktop right now.
Okay, you were going to put up some of your slides. I gave you a couple of them. I didn't have them uploaded, ready to go. Those ones that I sent you.
Mr. Chair, Matt, this is Adrian. I can help you. Which one do you want?
The one that shows both a Brody Square and it's green and white. It just has green open space and white. I apologize. I need to be more sophisticated.
No worries, Matt, but you can stop sharing your screen. That'll give Adrian back the screen.
Stop share. There we go.
Commissioners, this is a PDF, so I'm trying to maneuver it so that you can see everything here. One moment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Matt, tell me if this is the right one that you're thinking of.
It is. Great, thank you. So you can see the bottom rectangle down there is our 5 acres, and the top bigger rectangle is Brody Square, which is 15 acres. And this whole 20 acres is about a mile away, the west of Walmart, about a mile and a half from Heroes Park. There's some R15 in R8. Of course, Brody Square is R8. There's some R15 across the street. We believe that R15 is appropriate in this location due to the constrained location. We need some dimensional flexibility. The densities, I say only 6 for R15, especially with medium densities, 3 to 8, 6 is in the middle. We're definitely not in the high end of that medium density. I thought it was important to show how we compare or how we connect, how we integrate with Brody Square. With their, we have the same statistics as far as percentage of usable open space. Theirs is obviously bigger because they have a bigger site and a bigger area to work with. We have, if you look at the combined density of both of our sites, they had 4.3, we have 6. The combined is there. Thank you. The combined is 4.7, which is that 4th line there. Excuse me, 3rd line says density. You can also see the percent of right-of-way on ours is 25%, which is quite large. That's perimeter right-of-way. I've never had a site, I don't think, with that large of a right-of-way. So kind of our net acres is 3.72. And the qualified open space percentages are very similar. So really what we're getting down to is, even though we're under 5 acres, we're still providing over the 10%, and we're still providing an amenity. Now staff is wanting a little bit bigger open space and to us to relocate the amenity, and we're open to that. With that said, if you can go back to that overall look, please. Like I said, we're like a phase 2 of Brody Square in terms of timing, integration, access. I know Mr. Atala is working with the other owner as far as potentially joining HOAs together, cost sharing on pressure irrigation, even buying lots inside Brody Square, in addition to developing Daphne Square. This is a very similar situation to the Bancroft Square next to Sutherland Farm that we did, where we proposed kind of thinking a little bit outside of the box here, a condition that would replace condition number 2, which says that we combine lot 28, 29, block 1 into lot 30 with, maybe that's our second alternative, but our first alternative would be to locate a playground amenity in Brody Square on the east side of that park. And if that can't happen, then we would put an amenity at our intersection instead of at the end of the cul-de-sac. And that's something that I know this commission has done before and allowed when we're joining, or the potential to join. Those things take time, and we would definitely work all that out. Or we would build an amenity at the intersection. Do we need to lose 2 lots? I don't think so. I think we do with one extra one right next to that and still have ample open space. But if we can't get the bigger playground amenity in Brody Square, which I don't see why we wouldn't, it's going to add value not only to Brody Square, but us. It's going to be better centrally located to the entire 20 acres. It's just a better plan. And I think with our 5 acres, we kind of get down in the details, and then you kind of zoom in on it. And I understand where staff's coming from, but I think there's probably a better option. It's a third option than either we've presented what they've proposed, and hey, here's a third option that I think that would work out better for everybody. As far as our open space percentages, we did double check those, and we have 1,200 feet of park strips internal, and that was a choice that we did. We didn't have to do it. Only 40% of that is counted because of driveways, and our open space exhibit does say that. It says minus driveways. So that was accounted for. We think it's a good product. It's got some good diversity. Berkeley's a good home builder. He's an architect. He's done some nice elevations. And like I said, besides condition 2 and condition 3, we do agree with staff's recommendation for approval in staff's conditions. Condition 3 is that we show the roundabout. We've dropped a template of ACHE's roundabout in there, and we have room. Roundabouts are very specialized designs. This is like 10 years out. I'd hate to lock in on an exact design and what that looks like, knowing that even if they took 5,000 square feet out, we'd still be over 10%. We have ample room. We're giving 61 feet on McMillan of right of way, when typically you'll see 48. So we're already given extra width. We're also giving extra width on Black Cat. We're at 50 to account for that roundabout, whatever it may be in that location. And there may be a little wedge that comes out in the corner, but it's pretty much going to fit. And we'd hate to get locked in an exact design when there is no exact design right now. ACHD does not have a design. They have a template that doesn't work at the specific location because of some offsets are going to have to be required. There's going to be some value engineering about power poles and canals, and there's some other things that are outside of our site that need to be taken into account with that design that can take a lot of time, a lot of money for ACH to determine that. But in the meantime, we've dedicated, or we're going to dedicate, ample right of way. And before final plat, maybe they'll have a better design. But like I said, this isn't even on their 10-year plan right now, I don't believe. So we think it's a good design. We think it's the right location. We think it's a good mix with Brody Square. It integrates very well, we believe. I think it, because of the constraints of the site, this density isn't too bad or offensive, if you will. And I think it blends in very well with what we got, and depending on, especially in this location. So I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Are there any questions for Matt at this time? Mr. Chair, right ahead.
Matt, is this a rental product or not?
Is it? Oh, hi, Commissioner Casanelli. I don't believe so. It could, but I don't believe that's not his intent. Isn't Mr. Atala's intent at Brook Communities to sell these? They're a 0 lot line. They're not, even though they're attached, they're individual lots per unit with a 0 lot line between them, except for there's a couple of single family detached where we don't have an even lot count in the block. There's one on the end that's a single on a couple of the blocks, but they could rent, but at the price point and everything else, I don't think so.
Okay. And then another question, if I could. The lots on the north side that back up to, is it Brody Square on the north?
It is.
You got 2-to-1, and those are, 2-story product there overlooking, so you got one lot with two-story homes. What can we, is there anything that, have you looked at that transition along there? I'd like to see a little bit, I'd like to see it a little thinner.
If I could, Mr. Casanelli, respond to that. There's 8 lots in Brody Square backing up to our site. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're going to look like 6 buildings from the back because they're attached. It's going to look like 6 structures versus our 8 structures. So and even talking to the other developer, he didn't see that as being a big deal because they were attached. It won't look like a bunch. It won't look like 2-to-1, even though it is 2-to-1, because they're width and efficiency. So that's how we're looking at it. You may still not like that, but it is actually less structures backing up to their more structures.
So on that, how close to the rear lot line are those? Do you have something that?
I do. We've looked at our layouts, and because we chose to put the park strips in the front of these, it actually pushes your house 10 feet back. And at that, we are meeting the 12-foot setback. If we did not do the park strips and pulled the sidewalk and made it attached in the front, we'd have 22 feet or 22 and a half feet, something like that. And so we do meet setbacks. And they have 50-foot wide lots, probably a lot of 2 stories as well. So it'll probably be 2-story to 2-story.
Follow up, Mr. Castelli?
No, that answers it. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
Matt, I'm just curious. It's kind of along the same lines of what Commissioner Casanelli just asked you, but would you consider doing a single family product that backs up to the existing single family that will be in the other development to the north of you, and then doing your more dense product on the bottom where you have it? But would you be willing to adjust the northern part of that to do single family on that part instead of your attached product, just to create a better transition between those houses? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Oh, absolutely. It makes sense what you're asking. It's not my subdivision. Yeah, I know that Mr. Atala likes this product. It's something that he thinks complements it. But if that's your recommendation, we would certainly go forward to hopefully City Council with that recommendation that we convert that. Obviously, I think it would. I mean, if you did 40-foot lots, I don't know if you're looking to go 1-for-1 50-foot lots, because once you go to 40s, they're detached.
I think, looking at it just first glance, the way that it compares, I think one of my recommendations might be to have the lot lines match up and do single family on that northern boundary, and then leave more of the attached product on the bottom side. But maybe that would help with the transition there, because to me, I look at that and it looks like a lot of density compared to the other project. And I think I would agree with staff that I'd rather see R8 or R4 there to tie in with what the future use map's calling for with medium density housing there. Right,
Commissioner Hall, and R4 would definitely not be like 90 by 90s or something to hit the R4. It'd probably be the reverse transition that we're looking for from that intersection. R8 definitely is within your purview. That would be, if we did 40s in there, we'd lose probably 3 or 4 lots in that area right there to get those in there. With the same setbacks allowed in R4, not R4, excuse me, R8 and R15, they have the same rear yard setbacks allowed.
Thanks, Matt.
Is that, okay. Any additional questions?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Steele.
Just listen to the applicant's testimony earlier about the roundabout that's going in there. I'm looking over the ACHD final report, and in condition 2B in there, they actually have, and it is a very rudimentary drawing of how the roundabout would fit into that intersection. And it actually looks like it, well, it doesn't look like they're actually recommending that more offset. Let me see here. How do they word it? Applicant should be required to dedicate additional right-of-way to accommodate the future construction of the multi-lane roundabout. And they show an attachment on there. Have you used that basically as, essentially that kind of template to apply to what's being submitted? Because as I'm looking at that, it's going to take a substantial piece of that corner away.
Right. Staff at ACHG dropped that in there really quick. When they do these roundabout designs, they probably spend about 4 or 5 months and about $100,000 designing them with civil engineers and survey and everything else. And there's ways to rotate those so the legs curve a little more efficiently around there. They didn't do us any favors by how they dropped that in there, but that is definitely not a design drawing. They'll be required to be shifted over to the west and probably shifted up a little bit to the north. We've preliminarily dropped a template in there, and there's a little bit of a cut on the corner, but there's more right of way there than it looks like. It's not an apples to apples comparison of that aerial overlay that you're seeing in our site plan. But it fits the right of way. We're given exceptional right of way beyond, and they said yes, you're gonna need to do a little bit of additional right at the corner. But we have room there for them to take a little bit out of that corner.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
Go right ahead.
It's kind of untraditional to have a cul-de-sac be on the hard corner of two major roadways. I've seen it done a few times in other subdivisions too, but it's kind of atypical. Is there going to be significant landscaping, fencing that kind of goes around that cul-de-sac in the open space?
Yes, absolutely. I know we submitted a landscape plan, a color landscape plan, and it'll be bermed, and there's significant landscaping in our landscape plan there to where it's not going to be, hey, you can see the cul-de-sac from the main road. It's going to be bermed up, trees and shrubs and bushes, fencing, as you can see there. That's the intent, and really it's because there's no access allowed that close to the intersection, obviously, that we have that cul-de-sac there at the end, which happens sometimes on certain projects. Not a lot, but it happens sometimes.
Following up on Mr. Hahn's comments, Matt, if that roundabout is built there and it eats into all that landscaping, how close are we talking that cul-de-sac's getting to the roundabout? It seems like that eats the landscaping completely.
Well, again, that diagram that was shown there didn't do any justice to how that might lay in there, especially with the final design work. But if it ate in there like maybe 10, 15 feet, there's 25 within the common law, and then there's more north of that. I believe there's 30 for 40 feet there, where 25 is required. So there's quite a bit of room there. There's more than it looks like for these roundabouts, and really, it's like I said, it's a 4 intersection design that they get into. And what's funny is the next application up, we have a site that's right on a hard corner where they've done 99% drawings, and you can see exactly how it worked. But this one's, which they're building next year. This one is not even on the 10-year plan right now.
Okay. Thank you. Additional questions for Matt at this point?
Mr. Chair, just
go right ahead.
One quick question. What, just to the applicant, what's your timeline for trying to essentially merge the two HOAs and provide for that, kind of phase 2 go of it?
Typically, how we've worded these before is, prior to final plat signature, show proof that you've joined or have an agreement to put the amenity in there, whatever that verbiage may be, or join HOAs. We wouldn't necessarily have to join the HOAs, but obviously we make it cleaner as far as use and all that, cross use, cross access. On Bancroft Square, it was prior to final plat, show documentation that you've done the merger or have an agreement to do the merger. And that was enough for the city attorney and staff on that one. But our idea being that we want to do it as soon as we can. You know, if we can get it worked out in the next month, we would.
And Matt, that was just to clarify, you'd remove the gazebo concept and move whatever amenity.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Commissioner Castelli, did you have another question?
No.
Okay.
My last one just got answered.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCarville, go right ahead.
Adrian, can we get that visual back up on the white and green with the two subdivisions back to back? I just want to look again if those, you know, if you're really looking at.
There are 30-foot versus 50-foot lots.
Right, but there'd be one structure for over the line. Yeah, and I mean, this visual, what the other thing that kind of stands out to me, Matt, is just taken on the entry there where you've got the 3 lots, you know, coming right in a row from the single family that's to the north of it, coming right in on that, on the entry there. Looks kind of, it maybe continue just the single family, make that 1 or 2 lots right there. I'm not sure how wide that would make those.
50s.
Yeah.
250s probably.
Yeah. It just, I mean, and you don't notice it until you put the overview on it that that might look a little more appealing driving down that street if those were all in line.
Any additional comments or questions for Matt at this point? Okay, hearing none. Matt, we'll be back to you, let you close after we take public testimony. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, it sounds like you have people in the audience that would like to testify on this application.
First would be David Para.
Mr. Chairman, my name is David Para. I'm sorry, Commissioners. I live on Daphne Street. I am the Vice President of the Beach Lateral Water Users, and we've been working with Brody Square on their irrigation. We have live irrigation there. We flood. We all have 5-acre pieces. So there's water ditches and there's wastewater ditches that flow right through Daphne Square. We haven't had any contact from the developer yet or anybody about what they plan on doing with this water. So we're just asking that they come to us with some kind of plan so we can go over it, approve it, talk to them and see what we can do to make everything work. Like I said, we've almost got everything done with Brody Square. I don't see any difference, but we need to get something from them.
Sir, thank you so much for being here tonight. We will make sure they answer that. They're required to make sure the water flows through their site. And so we'll make sure Matt answers that when he comes back up. But yeah, the water definitely will continue to flow through the property. And so they'll make sure that that's taken care of. We appreciate you sticking with us tonight.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, next is Mrs. Corbell.
Good evening, ma'am. Please state your name and your address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Beg your pardon? Linnell Corbell, 4520 West Macmillan, Meridian. And if you would put that Plat back up. put that plat back up that has the property lines on it?
Madam, there you go. Thanks, Adrian.
That long side east of Daphne Square is my property. I have 10 acres. It borders right on Brody Square and Daphne Square. It was my understanding that there would be that one street that would go along by my property line. We have livestock. We have 10 acres. We have livestock. We are not in the Meridian city limits. I'm going to have some kind of a substantial protection on that property line for my livestock. Also, we depend completely on the irrigation to keep our grass for our livestock. And that's a main irrigation line on Macmillan Road that goes all the way down to the corner of Black Cat and then goes north towards Brody Square. So we're going to have to be sure that we have no interruption in our water services, our irrigation, and we're going to have to be sure that we're protected from people entering our property from both Daphne Square and Brody Square. And we're going to need to have protection on the back because our property goes all the way back to Daphne, and that's where all the traffic's going to be. And we do have small calves, and we need to be protected from the traffic. We've got bumper to bumper traffic all day long on Macmillan now, everybody going down to Walmart. So, and everybody going to work and into the construction sites. And so we're going to need to be protected from that. I would urge you to make sure that they put some kind of a permanent, substantial protection on that property line for those 10 acres all the way down to Daphne.
And ma'am, I'll have Matt respond to you when he comes back up, but regarding the fencing and the protection of your water. And thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate it greatly.
Mr. Chair, next we have Randy Corbell. And he has chosen not to speak. That's all I have signed up, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone either in chambers or online that would like to testify in this application? Please raise your hand if you're in chambers, or use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Commissioner Grove, don't see anybody? Okay. Matt, would you like to close and answer some of those questions? Or answer some of those questions and close.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile. Yeah, appreciate David from the Beach Lateral water users showing up. We did show some preliminary lines coming along Macmillan and Black Cat. We fine-tuned those, working with the area owners, and if there's any lateral ditch companies in our final designs. But obviously we maintain all historic deliveries, whether that be wastewater or delivery water. As an ex-engineer, it seems to be the number one thing that we do is figure out those things. And at this juncture, we know we have to do it. We just know exactly if there's a little branch somewhere, but we've got a couple lines planned, which kind of goes along with Mrs. Corbell's comment as well about drainage. we met the Corbells at the neighborhood meeting and talked to them about that our shared property line there on the east side of us and the west side of her. We're planning to do a 6-foot vinyl fence with a berm. And what we've done in these situations where we've had livestock on the other side of a vinyl fence, because some people are not worried about that and some people are, is we put a parallel, usually a parallel 3 or 4 strand barbed wire, parallel to it, just to kind of keep them away from the vinyl. So we end up putting in 2 fences, and we would fence off across the stub street. That when that does continue on in the future, those panels come out, and it's a moot point at that juncture. But in the meantime, there's no vision through that stub street, and it's all fenced off and not a escape point for any livestock. So those are the 2 issues, that fence line and the irrigation from the neighbors, and I hope we've addressed them adequately. I've been texting the owner a little bit here as we're waiting for the responses and looking at that north property line. And if we could put the diagram back up, the site plan, please, and look at it. As far as Commissioner McCarville talking about coming in there, I don't know if you can okay, as you come in from Brody Square, there's a T intersection. As you're going south on the left hand side, there's those 3 lots. On the right, there's the open space. We had those 3 lots oriented the other way previously, so they were faced internal to the subdivision instead of, their lots that you would line up with the other houses as you drive in, like Commissioner McCarville pointed out. We had those rotated previously, and staff said, no, rotate them back this way. So we've kind of going a little bit of a circle there. In looking at the question is, hey, can we go to R8 or our 40-foot lots potentially in the north stand side? We can do it if you want to. I think if it's your recommendation, we'd certainly take that forward to the council. What we've submitted, I think, is we think works. We would maybe propose that we, like I said, get the amenity in Brody Square, and for some reason we can't, which I don't see why we couldn't, but if for some reason we can't, we would move our amenity that we're currently showing at the end of the cul-de-sac over on this intersection and put it, I'd like to rotate those 3 lots north-south and lose one of the building lots, and on the corner we'd have our amenity as you drive in, with the other 2 lots facing north-south, so we'd lose a lot there. I think that's a good solution to the streetscape issue that Commissioner McCarville brought up. It's a good fallback solution to the amenity not being at the end of the cul-de-sac and being more, I guess, somewhat centrally located. But and I'll tell you the truth, we're planning on spending 3 times as much on that playground as we are on a sitting area in terms of what we want to put into Brody Square. It's really similar to what we called Warwick a couple years ago. It's being marketed as Calistoga on Amity. It's about a $45,000-$50,000 playground. That's what we like to put into Brody Square, and that's what we're approaching the owner with. And in our negotiations, that hey, let's just make a better centralized open space for everybody within those 20 acres. They just have a sitting area coming in off of Black Cat, and we would have and there's a pond in the middle for the irrigation, and then on the other side we have a playground. And I think that's a better big picture solution that's going to give better value to everybody in the neighborhood, instead of getting down in the weeds on this little 5-acre site. So that's our proposal. We hope you would go along with us, but if you want to make a different recommendation moving forward, that you approve it, but you want 40-foot lots on the north, that's certainly something that we're open to moving forward with. But we'd like for you to approve what we've submitted, with the minor modification as discussed.
Matt, in regards to the open space lot, I mean, it's a holding pond. Are you doing subsurface water with a play area over the top, or what does that look like?
Are you talking about what we currently have?
Yeah.
What we currently have is you drive in, it's a dry retention basin that fills up in the 100-year event. We're not counting it as open space as shown. It's not included. It's just there as a facility. It was not counted as usable open space in what we've shown. What we're proposing is right across the street, we would have one that would be usable with an amenity in it that has no drainage related to it whatsoever.
But the drainage basin, is it subsurface or is it going to be open, kind of swale?
It will be depressed. The low flow, the trickle flow, the car wash flow will go underground. And so it'll be dry unless there's a really heavy, downpour. It would fill up and then go down again and dry out again. So 99% of the time it's dry grass with a little sand window in the bottom for the trickle flow that comes off the sprinklers or whatever when it's not raining.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions for Matt?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Grove, go right ahead.
Matt, question, would you be open to having a sidewalk that connects to the Black Cat sidewalk? It looks like there's no easy access from here, from the subdivision going that direction. I know it's not that hard to walk around the cul-de-sac necessarily, but it seems like it'd be an easy way to improve some connectivity there.
Yeah, absolutely. We just showed it to McMillan and didn't continue that thought process far enough. And it's absolutely a great idea to make that connection through. You do lose a little bit of privacy when you do that because you're depressing the berm to punch that sidewalk through. We just had one little break, and we're not opposed to doing that. But that is the trade-off. If that sidewalk does want to open up a view through there, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but we're certainly open to doing that.
Additional questions? Going once, going twice. Matt, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. I know we will see you momentarily again, so thank you. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Casanelli.
I move we close public hearing for file number H-2020-0101 Daphne Square.
Second.
A motion and a second to close public hearing on Daphne Square. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Who wants to lead off?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holland.
I kind of already made my comments to Matt there earlier, but I think at a minimum, I would want to see at least those lot lines align on the northern boundary of the site coming into it, because it just seems like it's a abrupt transition to density when it doesn't necessarily need to. So I think I stand with that comment. I'm not necessarily opposed to having the attached product that's on the south side there, but I would want to see enough green space and break up those lots a little bit. So I would say on that northwest chunk there, I wouldn't want to see more than 7 lots on that north side of the cul-de-sac, and then no more than 2 on that kind of northeastern chunk that's there too. So that way they would align with what's in Brody Square. But that's my initial thought.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Casanelli.
With regards, I think Commissioner Holland and I are got similar thinking there, but if I can make a comment, I believe there's 8 lots on Brody Square on the north side. And you just mentioned 7. One's gonna already, well, I guess one will be that retention pond now that I'm looking at it. So,
Mr. Chair, that's why I counted 7, was because I wanted space for that retention pond. Or at least a little bit of green space coming in there.
and if he goes, I think Matt mentioned on the, if we were to change that there to single family instead of to detached, it'd have to be 40. I mean, would you be would you be okay with it, you know, if maybe it was 8 or 9 in there versus right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, there's 12 along there. I definitely don't like the transition, the 2 to 1 that it's at right now.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'll go right ahead.
I think that's where I was trying to come up with a compromise in trying to give that single family transition that meets the R8 standards on that northern boundary, but still allowing the R15 style that's on the south side there. You know, he could probably, we could probably let him have 8 lots there and he could condense them a little bit, but I always like to see when the fence lines align, because it always seems funky when you're sharing, when you've got a fence line like halfway in the middle of your yard. I like that if we can avoid it.
So I understand where you guys are headed. The challenge, or I guess the only thing I will comment back is if this neighborhood had been built already, that would be one thing. But this neighborhood is flat dirt right now. And I would guess they're all going to get built together and they know what's going to come. So that's my only, I'm not saying that I disagree with you. Just thinking that and taking that into account is we usually work through transition when there's people already living there. But I'm not sure that changes anybody's mind, but this is all going to be flat dirt that comes in together. And it is a hard corner on 2 relatively busy roads. I'm not sure if that makes a difference, but it would transition from the busy road to the single family homes. Yeah, that's my only thought. I understand where you're going.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
The other issue there is that those are a 12-foot setback to the rear.
Yep.
So they are very close to those lots to the north.
That's true.
I don't know if that and my other thought, as long as we're talking lots on the north, by flipping those on those 3, if you rotate them, then you have 2 going into the side of the one house. You'd have Matt was proposing a common lot there on the corner, but then the other 2, then you got 2 backing up to the side of a house. I don't know if that's only in one spot.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be that big of a deal there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think I dislike the flipping it more than I dislike leaving it the way it is. But I just thought, you know, transition wise, you're driving by, you know, single family, and then all of a sudden you got these couple of detached just kind of sticking there by themselves.
If he's willing,
attached.
If he was willing to give up a lot there, and if you give up a lot and just have 2 houses oriented to where they are, maybe that's a little bit not quite radical, going from, you know, detached single family to 3. But if you just go to 2, maybe single.
Well, Mr. Chair, and even the way, you know, I'm looking at the way the attached product is lining up. They come in and they start right next to the open space with the detached, and then you've got your 2 attached, which would make them totally offset from the attached or the single family on the other side. So you would have that fence line almost opposite, you know, in the halfway on those lots on every one of them. Rather, if you started with that first one being attached, they would maybe at least, you know, structure wise, they would line up a little better.
From what I'm
But they're
looking at,
still really close to that back fence.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
looking at the units, like almost everyone's saying basically if the non-attached units were taken out, it would vastly improve this project. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 that aren't attached. It seems like that starts to resolve some of the issues that we're having.
You're talking about on each end? The single on each end? Spread them out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 4 of them, I believe, and
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
at least 3 of them are problematic.
Yeah. If you took those 3, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Take those 3 out. That might.
But if you took out all
solve it.
4, it would make it seem more cohesive also.
And then the massing that you were talking about before, that Matt mentioned before, it would somewhat match up better. So Commissioner Castaneda, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So would you rather see an attached sidewalk and shift those houses forward than a park strip?
What does that do to, I have to go back to the very beginning. What's it do to the open space?
Oh, that's exactly. Well, I don't know if the park strips are in there. We could ask Matt.
Well, Mr. Chair,
to do that.
That's 22 feet versus 12. Yes, Commissioner Castaneda, go right ahead. Or Commissioner McCarville.
yeah. Well, if you're losing that one detached there on that northeast corner and make it open space, you put that back into your calculation. I don't know if that would get you where you wanted to be, but if you're taking out a few of those detached ones and making a little more open space out of that, then you could push the structures forward and have that sidewalk change and probably almost gain open space.
Commissioner Seals being very quiet. Unlike you. Come on, man. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, I'd like to see the lot boundaries line up a little bit better, but for sure, I think that the roundabout probably is going to eat into a considerable amount of the area that's there. It'd been nice if ACHD provided something other than, stencil crayon drawing in their report. A little lackluster on their part for sure. So I mean, it makes that, makes some kind of determination difficult on this. Looking at it, I guess I'm caught in the quandary of, they want to be part of Brody. Was it Brody Square? But they're not, and that makes this difficult because I'm looking at the sub to, essentially stand on its own, knowing that they want to be part of that subdivision, the HOA and all that of it. That would probably change the way that I looked at this a little bit, for sure, where I'd give them a little bit more latitude and look at it to, lose less of the homes that are there, still provide, better lineup with the lot boundaries that are there, for sure. But if they were part of that HOA and they could provide, the amenities that we're looking for and everything, that is going to make me look at it differently. And that's not there. And I mean, it sounds like we can condition that as part of it, but at the same time, without knowing if that's ever going to come to fruition, what's going to happen. So if we condition it on that and they say, no, we don't want to do that, then do they start this whole process over again?
Well, it's possible to get remanded back, but the city council could take it into account, our recommendations.
Mr. Chair, I can certainly add in on that
Go
discussion.
right ahead.
So I actually like the idea of Matt working with the adjacent development and making that happen. He's been successful several times over the years, and I'm, at least from staff's perspective, we're confident that he probably can make that happen. If that is the desire of the commission, this is annexation. So you have the ability to require that as part of the DA. And I looked at the past DAs where Matt was successful in that effort, and it said if you can't the condition read, if you can't get agreeance to join that HOA, then you provide X amount of open space in one amenity. So we can certainly tailor a DA provision to that effect. And I would imagine Matt would be comfortable with that because, again, he's been successful in 2 pretty tumultuous projects. From what I remember, they're pretty controversial projects that he was able to get that accomplished and get it done. And I think that would just make it a better development overall. This really should have been part of Brody Square when it came in. And when we first pre-app with Brody Square, this piece was included. And because of that ACHD requirement of dedicating that additional right-of-way for the roundabout, the developer didn't want to buy the property because it took too much land. So he went ahead and purchased the northern 5 acres of Brody Square rather than the southern end of it. And so whatever we can do, and going to Alan's presentation to you this evening, this is under 5 acres. So technically by code, they don't need to provide any 10% or open space. So having this merge with that adjacent development, I think it's a win not only for Matt, but also Brody Square. We have consistent design elements, we have consistent maintenance, and we have more than likely people in this subdivision are going to go walk over there and use that park anyways. And then we just avoid conflicts in the future. So I think, to me, this is a win. And if Matt is amenable to that condition, then I would ask the commission to include that if you choose to do that.
Thanks, Bill. Additional comments, thoughts? Commissioner Yearsley, I haven't heard from you all night. Are you?
What am I supposed to say something? Sorry. So looking at this, I have a tendency to agree with everybody else's comments that lining up those northern lots with Brody Square, and I do like the idea of having them join HOAs and having them provide an amenity in their park. I think that'd make things a lot cleaner. I think with that, I could support this application. I do believe that they're going to lose a lot more property with the roundabout in that corner because they just take up a ton of room. No matter how they lay them out, they just take up so much room that it just wipes out a lot of corners.
I think we're close.
So, yeah, Commissioner, the other thing I'd like to add on that as well is that's why Alan and I were pushing for showing us how that right-of-way lands on this property, because what we don't want to happen is the road improvements go in and all of a sudden there's no landscape buffer and we have people's backyards up against right-of-way. I think all of us can agree. We've seen that throughout our community. It's not a good look. We want to make sure that people have some privacy, especially on those major arterials. And looking at how this is laid out, given the fact that you have Idaho Power on one side and a pretty big irrigation facility on the south side, they may be looking for more right-of-way on the north side to try to, like Matt says, value engineer the project, because it's going to get expensive to remove power lines and bury ditches.
Thanks for that ray of sunshine.
And just from a practical use, we just ended up on Eagle Road. They're putting a roundabout around our entrance to Tuscany, and it's amazing what they did to our frontage and our property coming into. They took it all. It's just horrendous what they took for the right of way for a roundabout. So.
Your question for staff.
Go right ahead.
With the front of the front sidewalks in front of the units, does that align with what Brody Square looks like in terms of the landscaping between the sidewalk and the street? Or I guess question is, if we conditioned it to look like it was part of Brody Square, does that provide better offsets for the like the southern boundary for if the right of way were to expand further in.
If you would, if you want to give me a minute, I can get the Brody Square landscape plan up. Would you like to see that?
Sure.
Give me, if you want to keep going, it's going to take me a minute. If you want to keep talking, and then I'll send that over to you.
Thanks, Alan.
Alan, I have it pulled up.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to go through why I can't do it, but if you can do it, that would be.
Yep, I'm happy to take that for the commission.
All right, thanks.
So
they have a color landscape plan in there that would probably be very good.
we don't need to share it, but we could just tell the commission that essentially they have attached sidewalks in their development. So they do not have the green strip between the sidewalk and the curb. So to me, if that's something that I kind of agree with Commissioner McCarville, if you were to pull the buildings closer to the street, you get a deeper backyard, you get a little more open space you get more buildable lot, more open space for those residents, and get greater separation between the houses, which I think, I'm always a fan of having detached sidewalks, but in this case, with the amount of curb cuts, you're not really gaining much of a parkway strip along the street. You're really getting a lot of curb cuts, a lot of concrete. So you're not really, to me, it's almost an impediment to the development because of the minimal amount of green space that you're getting. I'd almost rather see get the bigger lots, have more of a front yard, more of a rear yard for residents to use, especially when you're next to an arterial roadway like that. That's going to be their private space on their property. So whatever we can do to do that, I think that's a win. Now it does, going back to the commission's question, does it reduce the open space? Yes, but it'll be a minimal, given the amount that really doesn't count because of the curb cuts. So to me, I think if my recommendation to Matt, if he wants, and the commission, if we're going to pursue that avenue of this property joining with the adjacent property and HOAs, and Matt may want to maybe crunch some of those numbers for city council, say, hey, even between these two projects, we still exceed minimum code requirements for open space and amenities. Amenities is going to be a no-brainer. They're definitely going to be over what the code requires for an amenity. But as far as their open space combined with Brody Squares, what does that total look like? So at least we can give that comparison to city council if that's the direction the commission wants to go.
And because it's 5 acre infill, they don't really have to do, they don't have to meet that minimum.
This is an interesting property because when I was reviewing the staff report for Allen, it's interesting that Ada County Assessor says it's 5 acres, but when you look at the surveying documents, this property is under 5 acres. So I don't know where that discrepancy lies, but I just know it's not a true 5 acre parcel based on all the documentation that we've gotten on this. So the county may have rounded it up. I'm not sure, but it's not 5 acres. It's definitely under 5. But it is annexation. Certainly it's within your purview to recommend changes if you want to see that, within reason, of course. Obviously, we can't make them lose half his lots and put in 15% open space. But some of the discussion that I've heard this evening sounds pretty reasonable from my standpoint.
Thanks, Bill. Well, I don't think we're very far apart, guys. I think you guys outlined it well. I think Commissioner Grove, that was a great question because I had the same thing going on in my mind as well. Is how do we give people more space, and aligning it with or whatever it's called, Square. I think that makes sense. It wouldn't make any sense to look differently and lose space in the rear of the house. So are we kind of walking through it? Do we agree that the north side needs to line up? Lot lines on the north?
I would agree to that.
Okay. And then do we want to lose that second lot or the third lot on the northeast corner to be replaced by open space or amenity?
I would be okay with it as it is, because I'm assuming they're going to have to lose lots to make the lines align on that north side to Brody Square. So I wouldn't be opposed either way.
Well, is it a qualifying where if they can't get into the HOA, then they have to lose a lot and put an amenity on that, whatever would be that third lot? Is that the trade-off?
I think that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, one more clarification. Are we requesting that they stay single family on the northern side instead of attached product?
I think that's up to the crew. I don't have a problem with zero lot lines, to be totally honest, but as long as the lots line up. But if someone has a different opinion, I totally am open to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
I think I would agree. I think as long as the lot lines line up where you've got structure for structure, I'm okay with the zero lot line in there. And giving them more distance. I think that makes a difference from the back line.
So losing the park strip, moving the houses forward, attaching the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Additional thoughts? Somebody have a motion?
We have to close the public hearing first.
We already
I
did.
think we did.
We did? Okay.
Yep.
Well, where was I?
It's all good. Mr. Seal, did you have a motion that you were preparing to make?
I'm thinking about it. Make sure I've got the right thing here. Yeah, I'll take a crack at this. Mr. Chair, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to the City Council of file number H 2020-0101. Presented the staff report for the hearing date of December 17th, 2020, with the following modifications. That the DA be provision to ensure that they join the Brody Square HOA. They reconfigure the northern boundary homes to align with lots that are already existing in Brody Square. And they eliminate the park strips to better align with the look and feel of what's going to exist in Brody Square.
Can I clarify one thing?
Yes, sir.
If they can't join Brody Square, are we going to stipulate the loss of that lot so they could put open space and an amenity on the northeast corner?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to include if they're unable to join the Brody Square HOA, they'll need to eliminate at least lot 29 of block 1 to provide more open space.
Second.
It'd be lot 29 or lot 1?
It'd be lot
1.
Yeah, it'd be lot 1.
Or do we want to stipulate a lot? Just say, yeah, the end one, I guess 1.
So it would be the lot closest to the open drain area. How's that?
I thought we were
talking about those. We were talking about those 3 lots, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're
on
clear.
the northeast corner there.
Commissioner Seal, does that make sense, or did you have a different idea? I know you're.
It does. I'm just trying to make sure I've got.
As
Okay,
a point of clarification,
so-
are we talking about lot 1, block 2?
Or the northeast corner block, whatever.
Yeah,
Block.
lot 1, block 2, if I'm reading it correctly. I'm just trying to make sure.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Alan.
So what we'd be asking is for them to eliminate lot 1, block 2.
Yes.
And that's it, because we've already asked them to align the lots, the northern lots along the boundary line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does the second stipulate to that motion adjustment?
Yes.
Okay.
All that.
All that stuff. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of file number H2020-0101 Daphne Square subdivision. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. Of course, I just closed out my agenda. What's the number? It's the next item on our agenda is Cache Creek subdivision, file number H2020-0105. And Alan, is this yours too? I believe.
It is. I'm just trying to get my Zoom to work here. I've got a, oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, do you got that? That was a thumbs up? Okay.
Looks
perfect.
good.
Thank you. Sometimes there's a lot of maneuvering going on here, as you already know. Okay, just a second here.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh,
Mr.
sir?
Chair.
Yeah, go Commissioner Grove, go right ahead.
Sorry, Alan, I was just going to ask a question before we jumped in. We're getting close to 10 o'clock, and I just wanted to see if we wanted to discuss if we will be hearing the last one before we get started or not.
Commissioners, what's your thoughts? We've done late nights before, but I want to be sensitive to your desires and requests. So we've got probably 11 people that are online with us still. And then we've got at least one person in the chambers on this one. Do you want to see how it goes, or do you want to stipulate that we're going to stop after this one? Comments?
We've got people waiting. I'd prefer not to have them come back, and we just go a little late and get it all finished.
Commissioner Holland, I know you are may need to leave us, so as long as we have a quorum, we can keep plowing forward.
Well, my kiddo's asleep. I just get less sleep, but that's all right. I'm used to sleeping on or surviving on 3 hours now, so I'm good. I'll power through with you guys.
Okay, Commissioner Castellano, are you good?
I'm good.
Commissioner Seal?
Good.
Okay. Commissioner McCarville and Commissioner Grove?
Sure.
That sounded really like robust. Commissioner Grove, are you okay? I know you're in person.
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate it greatly. And we appreciate the public sticking with us. Okay, Alan, it's all you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. So this is the Cache Creek subdivision, and this is an annexation and rezoning to a zoning to R4 and a preliminary plat to allow 41 building lots and 4 common lots. So this property is 13.99 acres of land, presently zoned RUT in unincorporated Ada County. It's located at 1560 West Victory Road and 2955 South Locust Grove, which is the northwest corner of South Locust Grove Road and East Victory Road. You can see it's recommended for low density residential. The zoning map showing it surrounded by R4 and R8. Let's see if I can move on here. Okay, so this proposal includes the annexation, zoning, and planning to allow 41 building lots and 4 common lots. The property presently contains 2 existing homes. The one to the south, which with the one to the southeast will be demolished, and the one to the northeast up at the top there will remain. There's going to be 2 accesses to these property. Each access will connect to a stub street in the Capella Creek subdivision. So one axis. So there's a stub here. You can see this. And there's, oh, sorry. Yeah. So there's a stub here and there's a stub here. These two axes will connect to those stubs. These stub streets terminate at South Bailey Way, which is basically running north and south here. And from that, then you can either go east out to South Locust Grove, or you can go south to Victory. Within this subdivision, the Cache Creek subdivision implies a loop road, which you can see here. That's a 33-foot wide road that have detached sidewalks and 8-foot landscape strips. South Locust Grove on the east currently has 2 lanes and no curb, gutter, or sidewalk. East Victory Road to the south presently has 2 lanes with no curb, gutter, or sidewalk. Both of these are going to be widened in the next 3 years. And just like the other project, there's going to be a roundabout that's being planned, and that's at East Victory Road and South Locust Grove Road. There's also a detention pond, a retention basin that's in the development down here as well. 10 Mile Creek runs right next to the, in fact, it runs across the property. You can't see it here, which I'll talk about in a minute, but it runs right through the property. Sufficient right-of-way presently exists for widening both South Locust Grove and East Victory Road. However, the applicant will be required to dedicate additional right-of-way for the roundabout. Because both of these roads are due to be reconstructed, ACHD has requested the applicant pay $38,000 into a road trust deposit. This road trust deposit will be used by ACHD to construct sidewalks abutting the site as part of the future intersection project. Staff has received letters from neighbors and from the president of the Cabela Creek Homeowners Association. They request to not connect to the stub streets to allow direct access, but instead they want to allow direct access from South Locust Grove. One suggestion was by lining up with East Sagemore Drive. If you can see my pointer, East Sagemore Drive is here, so the request was to see if they could line up an access here and get rid of the accesses there. It's important to note that both the city regulations and the comprehensive plan discourage new developments directly connecting to arterials and collectors. In addition to that, I talked to ACHD today, and they've responded that allowing a new access onto South Locust Grove Road would not meet their spacing requirements. It needs to be at least 1,320 feet. They can't get close to that. Now, they could ask for a waiver from that policy, but they've noted that the only time that they'll grant waivers from the policy is if the roads that they're stubbing to are deemed to be over capacity. And in order for that to happen, those roads would have to be serving more than 2,000 trips per day. This proposal is estimated to generate 387. So ACHD does not support opening up any accesses to this project. 5-foot detached sidewalks are proposed on both sides of all the streets within this development. There's also a pedestrian connection, which is here. Which is here into this common lot. There's also a pedestrian connection that runs along this retention basin here. This development includes 2 amenities, which is the playground as well as a very large open area. It's central. 2 amenities and approximately 16% open space. There's a regional pathway, which is down here, and that parallels 10 Mile Creek to East Victory Road, and the Cabela Creek subdivision runs right through this subdivision, although the pathway itself is not on the subject property. There's also a 10-foot pathway, if you can see my pointer over here, it runs along the 8-mile parallel lateral, and it dead ends right here. So there's not really a good crossing right now. Although the proposed plat shows that there's a 5-foot sidewalk that is running, if you can see my pointer, it sort of runs down along South Locust. And then there's another sidewalk that runs along East Victory. People could come out here and walk down the street and turn. Staff thought that it would be better to actually have an internal connection where you could get a faster way cut through to the common open space here. If you can see my pointer, then you can either choose to go into the 10 mile here, or you can go and hit the 10 mile and go the opposite direction. We made that recommendation yesterday. The applicant provided us an updated plat. Hopefully they can show you that, but I put a picture of it here. So you can see, maybe not very well, this is the trail connection that the applicant is proposing to connect through. This is basically in the area, if you read the staff report, where staff was suggesting that we needed to have that. So that's what we were looking for. Although the minimum square footage of the common open space is satisfied, one thing that's important to note is that there is an arterial buffer here, and this arterial buffer does not meet the minimum 25-foot spacing requirements right here. Hopefully you can see my pointer. This is the existing residence here. Right now, there's several accesses onto South Locust Grove. Those accesses are going to be closed off with landscaping, and both of their accesses are going to occur from these internal driveways. There's two, which is a little strange. I thought the applicant could sort of weigh into why they actually need to have two. However, so we've got a 25-foot buffer, but it goes down to, I think, around 9 or 10 feet right here. The applicant has noted that it's not feasible to be able to provide this buffer because of the engineering and because of the location of the house. But if you look at this very carefully, this is all asphalt here, paving. We believe that at least some of that buffer, if not 25 foot, could be put there. So it was our opinion that the applicant should either revise these plans to reflect a 25-foot wide buffer, or as close as they can get, or apply and be granted a buffer reduction through the alternative compliance process. That's an administrative process. So what would happen is that they would either provide that buffer, or before City Council and after Planning Commission, they would have to make an application with some specific findings that need to be met. And the planning director would have to decide whether they would grant alternative compliance. If they did, it would be a non-issue. If they didn't, then that would be something that they would have to talk to the council about, whether or not the council wanted to grant that. The other thing I want to mention is that the landscape plan is missing a little piece of the lot. If you look at, this is the GIS, and if you look at these lots were drawn on, so these aren't existing now, but this is the applicant's lot. If you see the corner of this lot goes all the way down to Victory. And if you look at the landscape plan, it's kind of cut off here. The 10 Mile Creek is a major amenity, and our regulations in our comprehensive plan talks about preserving and enhancing amenities. So one of the things that we want to see is that the landscape plan, first of all, incorporates all of the property onto the landscape plan. The second thing is that we recommend that this landscape plan be updated to design this waterway in as a natural amenity. And with that, staff recommends approval with the conditions as listed in the staff report.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Any questions for Alan at this point? Hearing none at this point. Matt, are you still with us?
I am. I'm just got to get on video here. I'm trying.
You're good, sir.
Yeah.
So reintroduce yourself and your address for the record. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile Meridian. Here on behalf of Challenger Development. It's R4. Can we just approve it? Just kidding. Anyways, it does make it a little bit easier. We have a site that, in my opinion, is pretty straightforward. I did look at this site a couple of years ago, and we were looking at it like, man, maybe we could do R8, maybe we could have an access off of Locust Grove. And, and then last year when it was brought to me again to look at, I said, man, the roundabout's going in, there goes our access. And there's these two other accesses into an R4 sub. Comp plan says no step ups anymore. Even without that rule, because of the access and how it does integrate with Cabela Creek, it really needed to be R4, like Cabela Creek. It's pretty straightforward from that perspective. And I just told my client it's R4. So that's what we did. That's how we did it. We didn't even think about putting an access out to Locust Grove Road because of the proximity to the roundabout. And that roundabout is based on 99% plans, approved, ready for bid, ready for right-of-way acquisition. Our layout completely matches it. They are going to widen both roads. They're going to extend that culvert in the 10 Mile drain. They're going to widen out everything. And if we would have waited another year, we could have got some free sidewalk. But as it is, they're going to build it next year. So we're going to put up $38,000 for our share of the sidewalk, and so be it. It's good to have that work done sooner than later, in my opinion, so we can have a cohesive integration with the transportation facilities and our subdivision. I do appreciate staff pointing out that a pathway would be a good idea, and they were absolutely right. It would be a good idea. And we did that pretty quickly yesterday, and without sacrificing our 4 lot sizes, we're able to put a pathway in across, lining up with that across Locust Grove Road into our common central open space. It fits very nicely. 2 quirky things about this subdivision, and then I promise I'll try to stop talking. But the existing home we're keeping, they always present their challenges for setbacks and access, and how do you reorient them. And we are keeping the one. The Carringtons would like to stay there. The reason there's 2 internal driveway common, it's all part of their lot with frontage into our subdivision, is that if you look at the current situation, there's a driveway on their north property line that goes back to their back shops, and then there's a circular driveway that goes to their house. Once you cut off those accesses, those 2 driveways don't connect without wiping out their entire backyard. And so we just did 2 separate, one connection to their back shop and one connection to their garage, which does get a little bit close to that front buffer. Like Alan said, we proposed a 10-foot minimum. I still need to, I wasn't exact in my alternative compliance application, which I'm going to do so right after Christmas, I promise, to get that in, and we'll see how it goes administratively. But these houses sometimes beg for some administrative relief. In this case, I've done a calculation showing we meet the total square footage over the whole buffer because there's some areas that are extra wide. And so we're asking for a little bit narrower. And I think it all comes down to landscaping. 10 feet or 10 or 15 feet of landscaping is a lot better than a 50-foot buffer with weak landscaping. So I think it comes down to landscaping and how you do that, and everything lines up. The other issue is, and it's the only condition that I'd like to talk about, because we do agree with staff's recommendations and their recommendation for approval and their conditions, is item number 4. And Alan talked about it down there in our corner. The reason we excluded that, and we should have done a better job of showing the Nampa Meridian 100-foot easement that's there. But really, with the pathway being on the south side already within that easement, the north side is theirs to not do anything within, so they can get in there and clean it out and do what they got to do, the 10-mile drain. That's their whatever side the pathway is going on, they take the other side for their maintenance and access. In addition, ACHD is going to totally rebuild that entire ditch in that area when they expand the road, expand the culvert. And that drainage lot that we put in there it's theirs. We don't need it for open space, even though it's big enough to qualify as open space if it's landscaped adequately. And we would ask that you provide it's almost a recommendation to ACHD that they do landscape this facility to Meridian's landscape standards, because it's for the roundabout. We're not using it for our drainage. It's a roundabout drainage facility. They had one in the general area previously that was narrow along our west property line. We said, no, this is a better spot right in the corner next to the drain. We'll put a pathway through it. It's great. So they're going back and tweaking their design in that area to use that as a space for theirs. But if you don't encourage them, I don't know what they would have done, but I know the old design was a fenced off no man's land of sterile drainage, which they tend to do along these arterials sometimes if they're not directed or encouraged, like I've already done, to do the landscaping that's nice and integrates these transportation facility drainage areas with the subdivisions instead of having a sterile fenced off no man's land. So that's what we've shown here. There will be landscaped with the pathway on one side, and so with that, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. A few little quirks, but we think R4 is appropriate. Good park strips, good sized lots. I know the access into Cabela Creek's an issue with those neighbors. It always is on these stub streets that we connect to, but that's what they're for, is for net connectivity. And we just don't have a high density subdivision that's going to generate the traffic that's going to cause ACHD to want to approve any other access. So I think what we have is a really good design. So thanks.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for Matt at this point? Okay, sir, we'll come back to you as soon as we hear from the public.
Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have, it sounded like we had people in chambers.
Mr. Chair, we have Miss Rita Green joining us.
Ms. Green, thank you for staying with us tonight. We appreciate your hanging in there. Please state your name and your address to the record, ma'am, and the floor is yours.
We're live. Rita Green, 3070 South Bailey Way, Meridian in Cabala Creek. Okay, this proposed subdivision is east of my house, and they want to use the access roads of Sagemore and Loggers Pass, which is through our subdivision. And that's going to increase the traffic by 80 to 100 cars going through right by my house. It's going to also, there's no access for emergency vehicles. They have to come through my subdivision, get on Bailey or Loggers Pass to access that subdivision. So, and I've never seen a subdivision built that doesn't have their own exits and entrances. It's just unusual to me. I've never seen it before. I just want to see something provided for those people. They're a different subdivision. They're not paying into our association or anything. And it's our responsibility. I know the road belongs to Meridian, but I'm right on that corner. And my husband and I are both retired. He's completely disabled. And a lot of noise upsets me tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We greatly appreciate you being here tonight. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to testify in this application? Please raise your hand via the Zoom app if you'd like to testify in this application. Don't see anyone new. Going once, going twice. Okay. Matt, would you like to close, sir?
Yes, Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile. I do appreciate Mrs. Green not wanting any change on that vacant property next to her, but those stub streets were provided for just what we're saying, and ultimately because of the roundabout being put in, it's probably even better. Because no matter what, those stub streets are going to have to connect. Even if we did have another access out to Locust Grove, those would still go through. ACHD never abandons those. It's a good idea for pedestrians and everything else. And it is a low density. I know it's small consolation, but it is a much lower density than what could have maybe put in there 10 years ago even. And really it's the design probably that would have happened as a Cabela Creek, say, phase 2. In fact, Cabela Creek HOA president, he might get in trouble for this, but he approached me at the neighborhood meeting and said, "Hey, you want to join HOAs?" I said, "Well, we'll look at it, but we've got the amenity too, so we'll look at it, you know." But you know what I mean? It's we're matching the detached sidewalks, we're matching the feel, we're matching the size of the houses, we're really just trying to get along out there and not have any kind of transition problems whatsoever. So with that, yeah, I think that's the end of my presentation, and ask for your approval.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks.
Any questions for Matt or additional comments?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Seal.
just wanted to ask staff real quick on the condition 4, where he explained as far as making the 10 Mile Creek into a natural amenity. Was that enough of an explanation to that we can basically strike that? I mean, and it makes perfect sense. I live along a piece of irrigation canal like that, so it makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure that that's was okay with staff as well.
Alan Tiefenbach, Community Development Planner here. I guess my question is, what's going to is that going to become a no man's land, or are they going to be deeding that over to ACHD? I guess I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with that little corner piece. If I understand it's within a drainage easement, what we don't want to see is basically a no man's land there. So it's either retained with the applicant, or it goes to ACHD, who I guess we can work with, but I guess we're not sure about how that's going to work.
Matt, will you clarify that, please?
Yeah. Thanks, Alan, for the and Commissioner Seal for the question. It's definitely going to be a common lot owned by our HOA. The Nampa Meridian Irrigation District has exclusive rights to it and jurisdiction over what goes in there, given that their easement that they control in there. And so we have to take care of any weeds that may pop up, because they don't do that great of a job at it. So we maintain that access road for them on that other side, but they don't generally like to give us any kind of improvements within their right of way that they might have to replace if they have to go in and clean out that ditch, which they do every once in a while with heavy equipment on that other side. And so yeah, I think it's great that what's out there right now, in fact, that there is an existing pathway and good landscaping. And if there's a little teeny tiny triangle right there at the extreme corner that we need to landscape just outside of their easement, we'll get that plotted on there before city council so we could see. But if it is, it's going to be tiny. I mean, it's going to be like 10 square feet. I think it's really, there's just nothing left down there to do. So
Matt, if you can just make sure it's platted so that
for
it's
sure
not in a questionable area.
It'll be a lot and block within that the HOA has responsibility for.
Sir, if I may add, I think it would be very helpful if their landscape plan could just sort of give us an idea of what that's going to look like. Right now, there's nothing there at all. I think that's part of what's making staff a little nervous, is we don't want to see something where people are throwing their soda cans in from the road. We'd like to know that there's something happening there. It's a pretty major amenity, and there's a major trail pathway running right along it. So we want to make sure that is maintained.
We will get it better documented for you, Alan.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thanks, sir. Thanks. Any additional questions for Matt? And Mrs. Green, we appreciate you staying with us, and she's still in chambers. Nick, I just want to be clear that unfortunately, where your house is located, that stub street, they would require us to connect that almost guaranteed with whatever was going to get built in that corner or that plot of land. And so unfortunately, the growth has come to that area, and so ACHD requires us to continue that street into whatever gets built. And so hopefully I know Matt will be a good neighbor if this is approved. They always do a good job, but that is the reality of that land connection or the interconnection of the roads. So I just want to make sure we're clear there. There's not additional questions or comments for Matt. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second to close the public hearing on file number H 2020-0105. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Casanelli, it's R4. Go Force. Go for it. Go.
Not a whole lot I can say with everything we've discussed with the conditions. And to address what you just did as far as the stub streets and traffic flow, they can't access Locust Grove. It is what it is. It's too bad there wasn't a stub street to the north instead of two out to the west. But that's not this subdivision's. That's not this development's fault, basically. So it would have been nicer had it done that, but it didn't.
Well, I think also to that point, and I don't want to cut you off, but to add on to your point, in this situation, I'm probably for the Greens. It's better that it doesn't connect to Locust Grove, because it would probably be a thoroughfare through the neighborhood into Cabela Creek. So hopefully this is a narrowing of only the people that are in that neighborhood. So sorry,
No, you're fine. No, and I think one other thing, just to maybe to put her at ease a little bit. I think R4, the price points in here, you're not going to be getting drag racers.
Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead, Commissioner Carbo. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think this, yeah, to everybody's point, R4, yay. And I think I would be in support of leaving the landscape buffer the way it is, just because I think most of that buffer is for the benefit of the homes that are on the other side, to buffer from the street noise and everything. And if it's that homeowner is, I can see why they need it to have that swoop around there. But I would be in support of leaving that.
Like move through alternative compliance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it looks good. It was well thought out. The amenity in the central core is nice. So I don't have any concerns with going through alternative compliance for Matt's client either. So I would like to see a landscape plan. I think that's already in our stipulations for Alan's conditions. So that isn't something we have to cover. It's already in there. So any additional comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Yearsley.
I'm actually giving Matt a standing ovation for doing an R4 finally. So
Yeah.
Grateful that we're having it. I do. I think it looks good. I think for the most part, everything is good. I would like to see that detention basin be grassed instead of the weeds and crap that you're going to be in there if you don't. They've got several around here, and that's all they become is just a weed catcher. And so if you could condition that to be grassed, I think that would be a much better use of that area.
Mr. Chair, I'm just giving my thumbs up and saying ditto. Commissioner Yearsley, I think you should make your motion.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Mr. Chair, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to City Council of file number H 2020-0150 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of December 17th, 2020, with the following modifications: that the ACHD detention basin be landscaped instead of with grass instead of just the sand that they like to put in the bottom of it.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of file number H 2020-0105 with modifications. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Matt, thanks for hanging with us. Look forward to seeing you later, sir. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Have a good Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, moving on to our last item on the agenda is the public hearing for South Ridge South subdivision, file number H 2020-0083, and I'll turn it over to Sonia. You survived to the end, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thanks for keeping this on the agenda tonight. The next applications before you are a request for a rezone and a preliminary plat. This site consists of approximately 84 acres of land. It's zoned R2 and R4 and is located on the south side of West Overland Road, east of South 10 Mile Road, and is part of the larger 291 acre South Ridge development, currently in the development process to the east. Southridge encompasses land on the south side of Overland Road from this property to the east to Linder Road and to the south to Val Vista and Aspen Cove subdivisions. Adjacent land use and zoning to the north across Overland Road is vacant undeveloped land zoned R8 and apartments in the development process zoned R15. To the east are single family residential properties in the development process zoned R4. To the west and south are rural residential properties in Val Vista and Aspen Cove subdivisions zoned RUT in Ada County. So just to give a little history on this property, it was annexed in 2007 with a development agreement that was later replaced a couple of times with new development agreements. The existing agreement requires a minimum of 1,000 and a maximum of 1,286 residential units consisting of a mix of apartments and single-family residential homes to develop in the overall Southridge development, unless otherwise specifically approved by council through subsequent applications. Subsequent development agreement modification applications were approved that removed the 2 apartment projects to the east from the overall Southridge development and placed them in development agreements of their own, which no longer tied them to the terms of the original agreement. So if you can see my pointer here, this orange area here on the first map is the Southridge Apartments site. And then to the east of that is another apartment site. So just so you have your bearings of what's going on in this area. With the 640 units anticipated to develop in Southridge Apartments, 336 units in Linder and Overland Apartments, that was the furthest east apartment complex, 221 single-family residential units in Southridge phases 1 through 5 to the east, and 254 in the proposed development. That's a total of 1,451 units, which is 165 units over that originally anticipated in the development agreement. Mostly the difference is in the apartment units, which were approved through subsequent applications as allowed through the development agreement, which were 848 anticipated units and 976 were approved. The single-family residential units were anticipated to consist of 438 units, or a balance to total 1,286 total units, with the apartment units. The total number of single-family units in the overall development, if this development is approved, will be 475, which is approximately 37 over that originally anticipated. Because the subject plat is a subsequent application, as described in the development agreement, staff finds the proposal in compliance with the agreement without a modification to the development agreement. A preliminary plat was approved with the annexation that included the subject property as mega lots for future re-subdivision. The existing development agreement does not include a conceptual development plan for this site and only governs the number of lots anticipated for future development, which can be modified through a subsequent application approved by council. I should clarify that the existing development agreement does include a conceptual development plan, but the text of the agreement only requires that the public streets be in alignment with that shown on that concept plan. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is low density residential, which is 5.5 acres of the site. And that is that green area, if you can see on the screen that I'm pointing to. And the rest of the site is designated medium density residential, which consists of approximately 78 acres. A rezone of 7.15 acres of land is proposed from the R4 to the R2 zoning district, and that is along the southern and western boundary, and 28.89 acres of land from the R2 and R4 to the R8 zoning district for the development of 254 single-family residential detached homes at a gross density of 3 units per acre, consistent with the density desired in the comprehensive plan for this area. The comprehensive plan includes goals for development that encourage a variety of housing types that meet the needs, preferences, and financial capabilities of Meridian's present and future residents, with a desire to avoid the concentration of any one housing type or lot size in any geographical area, and desires for diverse housing types to be provided throughout the city. With the size of the South Ridge development and no other housing types besides apartments in this vicinity, staff believes more variety in housing types is needed in accord with the comprehensive plan, and therefore recommends another housing type, either attached units and/or townhomes, is provided in this development. By attached, I mean 2 units attached together, or townhomes, 3 or more units attached together. A preliminary plat, actually, let me back up. I did make that recommendation and asked the applicant to submit a revised plat that indicated compliance with such with a variety of housing types prior to the city council hearing. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 254 buildable lots and 29 common lots on 83.77 acres of land in the proposed R2 and R8 zoning districts. The minimum lot size proposed is 4,369 square feet with an average lot size of 8,053 square feet. The plat is proposed to develop in 4 phases as shown on the phasing plan. There are a variety of lot sizes proposed and a variety of styles of homes, just not a variety of housing types as desired in the comp plan. Staff worked with the applicant to modify the phasing plan prior to the hearing to include the large 3.8 acre common area where a clubhouse, swimming pool, and tot lot is proposed to develop in the second phase, along with the bridge and extension of a stub street to the east instead of what the 4th phase is originally proposed. There is 1 existing home on this site that is proposed to remain on a lot in the proposed subdivision. Access is proposed via 1 public street and 1 emergency access via Overland Road. Stub streets are proposed to the west, south, and east for future extension. Off-street parking will be provided in accord with UDC standards on individual lots. On-street parking for guests can also be accommodated on both sides of public streets. Public streets and 3 common driveways are proposed for internal circulation and access to lots. Detached sidewalks with landscape parkways are proposed throughout the development. The Reidenbach Canal runs along the northeast side of this development and is a large open waterway that is required to be piped unless left open and improved as a water amenity or a linear open space. The applicant requests a council waiver to this requirement, which is in a UDC 11-3A-6B, to allow the canal to remain open, and proposes to construct 6-foot tall chain link fencing along the waterway to preserve public safety. The Williams Northwest gas pipeline bisects the southwest corner of the site within a 75-foot wide easement and is contained within common lots. And that is this hatched area you can see right there on the plat. A 35-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along Overland Road and entryway corridor. 10-foot wide multi-use pathways are proposed in accord with the pathways master plan on the site within the street buffer along Overland Road, along the Reidenbach Canal, and along the Williams Pipeline. Qualified open space is proposed in excess of UDC standards. A minimum of 10% or 8.38 acres is required. A total of 22.3 or 26% of the site is proposed, consisting of half the street buffer along Overland Road, linear open space, and open grassy areas of at least 50 feet by 100 feet in area. Parkways also qualify toward the open space requirements, but were not included in the calculations. A minimum of 4 qualified site amenities are required. A clubhouse, a swimming pool, tot lot with children's play equipment, 3 different segments of multi-use pathways, and additional qualified open space above the standards are proposed in excess of UDC standards. Conceptual building elevations are proposed for each of the different lot widths proposed. For 39-foot wide lots, as shown, 50-foot wide lots, and 60-foot wide lots. Written testimony has been received from the following: Tamara Thompson, the land group. She is the applicant's representative. She's in agreement with the staff report, except for staff's recommendation that another housing type is provided. She would like this requirement removed, and I'll let her go over the reasons for that in her presentation. A letter of testimony was received from Ken and Sherry Fawcett, neighbors. They are not in favor of the proposed R8 zoning and location of the stub street to the south. They would like it to be moved further to the west between lots 4 and 5. And I'll just go back to the plat here and show you where that's located. So 4 and 5 are right here at the corner, at the southwest corner of the development. So that's where they prefer the stub street to be located. A letter of testimony was also received from 4 couples, also neighbors to this development: Scott and Jennifer Nichols, Curtis and Naomi Elton, Stephen and Susan Prispos, and Michael and Brenda Vogelmore. They are in agreement with the location of the stub street to the south, where it's at, and that does stub to the Nichols property. And they have 3 requests as follows. The first, they would like suitable drainage for irrigation and runoff to be maintained from the west end of the South Ridge fence northwest towards Overland Road. Second, they would like a condition placed on this development and the associated housing to only allow dark sky compliant lighting so that it doesn't encroach on their properties. The city has no ordinance, just as a side note for such. And third, and finally, they would like lots 1 and 2, block 10, located on the east side of the stub street. Those are these 2 lots right here where my pointer's at. They would like those relocated to the north in this common area right here. And they would like the height of the residential vegetation adjacent to Val Vista subdivision fence to be limited to 10 feet above ground level for the reasons stated in their letter. Staff is recommending approval per the conditions in the staff report. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thanks, Sonia. I appreciate it. Any questions for Sonia at this time? Hearing none. I see Tamara Thompson is joining us. Tamara, you want to take it from here?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Tamara Thompson. I'm with the Land Group. We're located at 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. And if I can, I have a PowerPoint for you that I will go through. I want to mention as well that with me from the Land Group is Jason Densmer. He's an engineer on the project. Okay. Are you seeing that? All right, thank you. All right, before you, this is the South Ridge South subdivision. This is a rezone and a preliminary plat. The property is located south of West Overland Road, east of 10 Mile Road. As Sonia mentioned, it was annexed in 2007. It's gone through several different development agreement modifications over the years. The latest which was dated 2012. So it's had the same development agreement since 2012. The rezone is necessary to clean up the zoning boundaries to be consistent with the proposed lot configurations and to be consistent with the development agreement and the future land use designation from the city. So I've color coded this for you so you can see it a little easier. The blue purple color is the R8 zone. There's roughly 68 or 63 acres of that. And the R2 is 22.25 acres, and that's the salmon color. And again, the proposed zones are consistent with the existing development agreement. This is the master concept plan that is in the development agreement. And please note the different varieties of homes that are included in the overall master plan. So in this area, there are alley-loaded patio homes. They're detached units, but they are patio homes that are alley-loaded. And in this area, there's some smaller, narrow lots, Blue Valley, elementary school is located here along Linder Road. And I can let you know that that school is currently in design and permitting. There's a commercial corner, and then this was approved as the Linder Overland Apartments, and that is, I don't know if it's 100% done, but the units, there's several units that are occupied, and then the South Ridge Apartments are in this area. So the area that we're talking about tonight is the area I've outlined in blue. So the preliminary plat is what you see here. It consists of 254 single-family lots proposed in 4 phases. The services are available to serve the site. And we'll go to this one here. As Sonia mentioned, we have 22.3 acres or 26% of open space, which is in 29 common lots. Amenities are a centrally located clubhouse, swimming pool, tot lot, play equipment, multiple use pathways throughout. And as Sonia mentioned, we are requesting a waiver to leave the Reidenbach Canal as is in its open canal. Access to Overland Road is in one location. There will be another a crossing over the Reidenbach Canal, which would go to the east. And then this little connection right here is an emergency fire department connection. So although all the units are single family residential, there are 3 different product types. The conceptual elevations that I'm showing here are for the 60-foot lots. And then we have different ones for 50-foot lots and 39-foot lots. We've read the staff report and we agree with the analysis and the conditions of approval. Although it's not a condition of approval, but rather a requirement on page 35 of the staff report, it states prior to the city council hearing, we that we need to include another housing type. And as I've mentioned before, this is part of a larger master plan. And within that master plan, there are several different housing types. We have 3 different housing types within the Southridge South, and we're requesting that this condition be removed. And with that, we'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Tamara. Are there questions for the applicant at this point? Jason, thanks for being here too. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
Just in looking at I'm looking at the landscape plan, but it's area 3 where those common driveways go down. I mean, there's essentially 6 properties that are going to be taking access from there's shared access driveways. There's considering that the staff is asking for another type of housing in there. I mean, would you guys be willing to look at that as an opportunity to do that in there? Because the shared driveways in there, I mean, having 6 properties off that is really cramming them in there, basically. I think that's an opportunity there to possibly look at a different housing style that would eliminate that altogether.
I'd be happy to answer that, Commissioner. This is Jason Densmer with the Land Group. Just to get on the record, my address is also 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. I've been involved with Southridge since the original annexation into the city in 2007. And so I have a little bit of background with that. The type of housing that we're proposing there with the 6 lots along the common drive has already been built, I believe, on 4 other streets in the original South Ridge to the east. And it's really successful in helping us tackle some of the topography challenges that this site has, which makes it unique in several ways from other properties in the city of Meridian. This is kind of a bench property where the Reidenbach Canal is along the edge of the bench. And so below the canal to the north and east is significantly steep. And then also on this property above the canal, there's quite a bit of grade change. So those that style of housing with the 6 lots clustered along a common drive really works well for us to create some tiered lots where each lot along the common drive is a different elevation from its neighbor, which is not at all conducive to a different housing type like an attached product, as the staff report suggests we should include.
Okay. Follow there.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. Any additional questions for the applicant at this juncture? Tamara, Jason, thank you so much. We'll let you finish up and close, answer any questions after we hear public testimony. So hang with us and we'll be back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have, I know we have a number of people online. If you would like, I think I'll let you go on the list, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. The 2 people that were signed in ahead of time were Mr. Densmer and Tamara. There are several other people signed in, but not indicating a wish to testify.
Okay.
I did see a hand raised earlier prior to this hearing.
Mr.
So
Nichols,
we'll see if
I
that
see
person does that. Scott Nichols, one
Yeah,
moment,
Mr.
please.
Nichols would like to testify. Let's bring him over. Hold on one second, sir. Mr. Nichols, are you, I think you're transitioned over.
I think I'm transitioned over. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Please state your name and your address.
Okay. I did open up the video. I don't know if you've got video. It doesn't look like there's video on me right now. How about, there we go. Okay. This is Scott Nichols. My address is 2730 West Val Vista Court, immediately south of Southridge South plat that we've been looking at this evening. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the 4 residents that Sonia was outlining earlier, Curtis and Naomi Elton to the west of me, myself, Mike and Brenda Vogelmore to the east, and Stephen Susan Prisbos, the furthest easternmost residents in Val Vista. Sonia, I want to thank you for a really good presentation and thank you for pointing out our concerns. We have been working on this project with the land group and Jason for, I can't believe it's been 13 years. And our underlying and the most important thing that we've been working on in those 13 years is to ensure that the value of the lots that we are living on and that we purchased and we moved here for are not lost in transition from the term Val Vista to No Vista. They have worked through the process with us, and there are some instances where Jason has been excellent to work with. There are some other areas that he pointed out, justly so, that he really can't represent us in what we would recommend. So we find ourselves, as we always knew we would, sort of at the 11th hour, asking the Planning and Zoning Commission to please take a look at this. And I don't think there's anything egregious or out of the ordinary or unreasonable that we would ask, other than to help us preserve the view lot that we have established. Mr. Prisbos has been in his house for, I don't know how many years, probably 15 or 20. He was one of the first residences here, I believe, and actually constructed his house there. Mr. Vogelmore purchased his house a number of years ago, all of us for the same reason, the view that we had of the valley. I want to reiterate that none of us ever anticipated that there would not be development to the north. So we're not opposed to the development. We just really want to make sure that if at all possible, and we believe it is possible, that we can integrate that development and preserve not only Southridge subdivision's values or enhance their values, but it makes them this very simple improvement for the city and for the future of Val Vista subdivision. Sonia, again, thank you for the really good summary. I want to just, if you can, go back to that slide that shows the plat with the lots that are shown on the very bottom, the lot lines. I'll let that come up real quick. So as you follow to the very southwest corner of Southridge South, Sonia, if you can put your cursor on that stub street of Red Clay Road that heads south into Val Vista, that would right there. Jason did a really good job coordinating with us on the location of that. It comes out west of my house, east of the Elton's house, and doesn't interfere with either of us. As a matter of fact, in some ways, it's a benefit from the standpoint of natural gas, water, sewer, or fiber optic for the Curtises and myself, potentially, if we wanted to do that. But there are two lots to the west of that substreet that will significantly, in fact, not even significantly, they will eliminate Mr. Vogelmore's view shed to the northwest and totally eliminate my view shed to the north. And with the light pollution we've talked about, turn our typical dark sky that I'm looking at right now, literally just looking out to the north, our backyards are going to be illuminated without consideration for these two minor things. And I understand the city doesn't have a dark sky ordinance. It wouldn't prevent us from implementing dark sky lighting. I cannot believe it would be any more expensive. And with the additional lots that have been placed out here, I don't remember the exact number, Sonia, but we are well and above the original plat that was intended to be here. And again, this is a rezone to increase the density. So the first issue was the dark sky. The second issue really has to do with the 10-foot vegetative buffer right along the fence line. That's all we're asking for, is that we don't have a bunch of 60-foot trees that would block Mr. Prisbos's view shed all the way to the east on the other side of Williams Pipeline, across Williams Pipeline, and then just to the west of Williams Pipeline to protect those view sheds there. And then Mr. Elton's view shed looking to the northeast also. He's got a great view of Bogus Basin. So we're not asking for no development, but the last point of that is that we really believe that moving those two lots right there in the corner of Williams Pipeline and that substreet, if you were to put those two lots to the left in that little cul-de-sac, they're not going to fill up that park area, but it allows that park to become, instead of one central repository where people come and stop, it allows people to flow down the street, through the park, out through the pipeline area, onto the rest of the greenscape that's integrated in the community, and it would flow really, really well. So I am going to leave that with you. I think there are 4 really good reasons for us to make those 2 changes and for the council to find in favor. These are not major or significant in terms of redesign or consideration, but they are a major impact for the residents and the future layout of the community. I guess I want to say for the other thing is that it adds 2 view lots for the developer. I'm sorry, it adds 1 additional view lot for the developer instead of limiting the view lots that are there along Williams Pipeline. So I am going to, I'm sure there's something that I forgot, but we did submit written comments, and I would just ask your consideration in making those changes before we issue a final plat. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Nichols. We appreciate being here tonight.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Castelli.
if I could address a question, Mr. Nichols.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Mr. Nichols, could you just summarize real quickly? You just want to lose. You're asking for those 2 lots in that corner there to come out?
Actually, only to be moved. We'll retain the 2 lots. Let's just fit them in right there where Sonia's cursor is.
Okay. And then what was your other request?
The other request was for just a 10-foot max vegetation height on the southern edge of the subdivision on the fence line, so that we don't have 60-foot poplar trees blocking Mr. Prisbos's view to the east, or Mr. Vogelmore's view. They're just along Williams Pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, can I ask you one quick question? How
Yes.
high above the current, it's a gravel pit now, right? How high above you guys, or below it, are you? Because you guys are high above them, correct? How many feet would you say?
We're actually, and I want to tell you, we supported the development of that gravel extraction under the guise of regrading, recognizing that it would benefit the developer and us. That was a painful process to go through with the dust and the noise, and we lived through a lot. But I think the bottom of the gravel pit, I would defer to Jason, but I believe that is 35 feet down slope to the bottom. And that would be in the area east of Williams Pipeline.
Okay.
The area west of the pipeline is actually higher than where I sit right now. So as I'm looking out my window, I'm looking straight out the lot line, parallel with the crosshatching that covers the Williams Pipeline. And that ground is actually a little bit higher than me. So yeah, I'm going to live with houses out there. Mike and we all understand that. We're just trying to buffer the impact a little. And
no, it helps me understand it. Thank you. I was trying to pull it up on Google Maps. I couldn't get the grading, how it's there is now. So
yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, who might be, if there's someone who would like to testify in this application that's online, please raise your hand via the Zoom application to the bottom of your screen if you'd like to testify. I know we have several of Mr. Nichols' neighbors that are still online. If you'd like to testify, that please raise your hand. If not, we can. Mr. Vogelmore, we see that you would like to testify. We'll bring you over in just a second, sir. Do we lose him in the process? I don't see him anymore.
Mr. Chair, I think maybe we lost him in the process of transferring over. I didn't see any technical issues on my end, but I don't have an explanation.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it, Adrian. Jason, while we're waiting to see if he hops back on, can you answer a question for me? Do you guys have a topo at all on the grading that was finished out there, or the pre-finish where it is right now? Do you guys have a topographical, what that looks like?
We do, and we've included a conceptual mass grading plan in the pre-plat materials, although I admit there was quite a few sheets there and a lot of detail that you probably haven't committed to memory.
Okay. So what Mr. Nichols was talking about there, so there's a mound in the middle right now. Is that going to be flattened out, or what's it going to look like after this is done? Is there going to be a below grade, below that vista that they sit up on?
The mound in the middle certainly wouldn't be kept. The overall grading has lowered the property at least 30 feet depending on where you are. Of course, we didn't lower the grade at all at the Williams pipeline, but as you move towards the north, the ground level has gone down quite a lot. I think one of the areas where the mass grading for the gravel pit benefited the neighbors to the south is kind of right at the corner where the Val Vista and Aspen Cove subdivisions come together, which is just to the west of the common driveway access lots that Commissioner Seal asked me about earlier. And in that corner, there's kind of one particularly large lot that you can see on the screen in front of us. I probably can't see my cursor, but it's kind of dead center of the south property line. Right at that location, I think overall, the mass grading resulted in that lot being lowered, I think 27 feet from the natural grade, which certainly has lowered that lot and all of the lots near it considerably to the benefit of the Val Vista neighbors' views. While I'm on the topic, I did want to maybe mention some of the other requirements that were encapsulated in the original development agreement in 2007 and then carried forward into the development agreement modification in 2012, all of which were originally designed in response to neighbors' concerns about a lot of the same issues that have been brought up tonight. In particular, the development agreement required, and the developer has already completed, a very expensive 6-foot tall masonry fence along the entire south boundary line of the project between Val Vista and Aspen Cove and the Southridge South project. There are specific restrictions on the heights of the homes that can be built along that shared property line. They're limited to a maximum height of 22 feet or to basically the maximum height of the ridge of the roof of the house can be taller than 22 so long as it's not higher than the top of that 6-foot fence. So for the lots that have been lowered, taller homes are possible, but they still wouldn't be above the top of the fence. There's just a categorical restriction on the number of homes that can be along the shared property line. The development agreement restricts it to 14, which is exactly what we've proposed. So we're staying consistent with the promises that have been made all the way back to 2007. And then there's also a requirement on an increased setback for all of the lots that border that property line. Although those properties are zoned R2 and have been since the original annexation into the city, the R2 zone allows a rear setback of 15 feet, but through the development agreement, the property has agreed to a 50-foot setback for those lots in order to move the homes much further away from the neighbors than the underlying zoning requirement would allow.
Thank you.
I kind of hijacked the original question, but
you're fine.
That provides more color to the
I appreciate it.
discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Vogelmore, I think you're with us now, sir. If you unmute yourself, you could join our conversation.
Yeah, you know, Jason, he touched on everything. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we all had the same understanding. And so Jason did explain that well.
And Mr. Vogelmore, can you introduce yourself just so we have you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mike Vogelmore, 2720 West Val Vista Court.
So any additional comments to make following that up?
No, Jason touched it very well.
Okay, it's helpful. Thank you so much for the information.
You bet.
And Adrian, I think Karen has her hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Karen, one moment, please.
Karen, if you could unmute yourself. Finish transitioning. Karen, if you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Did I lose Karen? Madam Clerk, we're losing people left and right.
Mr. Chair, I promise. I don't know what's happening, but I'm
just
not
giving you a
doing
bad
it.
time. Is there anyone else that would like to testify to see if Karen comes back in that is in the audience or online that would like to testify? Please raise your hand. See if Karen gets back on. Not seeing anyone. Tamara, would you like to take an opportunity to close, and we'll let Karen hop back on if she gets back online.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is Tamara Thompson again with the Land Group. If I could, I'll just share one more screen real quickly. Let me do it yet. There we go. Let's see, did that work?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now?
Yep, we can see that.
Okay. Okay. So, well, just in addition to what Jason said, I think he did the replied to Mr. Nichols' points on a lot of things. As far as the drainage, point number one that Mr. Nichols brought up, of course, we're aware and we will accommodate the drainage that he is referring to. As far as the street lighting with the dark sky, we're happy to include the area that is adjacent to the Val Vista subdivision that we could include in the CCNRs for having some dark skylight fixtures in that area. And then as far as the subdivision layout, Jason addressed that. There were, this is the master plan from 2013, and the Val Vista subdivision was included in those. Mr. Nichols has lived there since 2006, so he's been involved in this process throughout. And I have done lots of research as far as on their subdivision and the deeds of the homeowners along that south property line. And there aren't any view sheds or anything like that are deeded. And you know, you buy your property, but you don't necessarily buy the view. The view's for sale sometimes, but that's not you having conditions that are encumber somebody else's property aren't something that's part of your deed. But these have been since 2007, there's been many concessions that have been made, and those are codified. They're in the development agreement, and we're complying with every single one of those. So I just want to go back that we do agree with the staff report. We agree with all the conditions of approval. There is the one requirement to include another attached unit, and we're asking for that condition to be removed, that we would like to keep these as detached single-family homes. And with that, we respectfully request your approval tonight. And thank you very much.
Tamara, real quick, what about the vegetation buffer, or keeping the vegetation lower than the ridge line, or 10 feet?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason Densmer. I think I can jump in on a couple of items that maybe I have a little bit more background on, and that might be one of them.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And to the points that Tamara made, certainly we've enjoyed working with Scott and all of the neighbors in Val Vista since 2006. It really has been a partnership in working with them and seeing that their needs are addressed through the development agreements and are documented. I'm quite proud of the project that's in front of you tonight because it respects all of those and also meets the developer, our clients' goals and aspirations for the property. There were, in addition to the vegetation, trust me, I'm coming back to that eventually. Scott did also ask about relocating two lots, the two lots that were east of the stub street and in between the stub street and the Williams pipeline. One of the things that we're particularly proud of with the layout of the subdivision is the effective use of open space. And while I appreciate his suggestion that we take those two lots and relocate them into the area across the street, you can see here on the master plan that's in front of us, there's always been lots proposed along the south boundary line in that area between the stub street and the Williams pipeline. On the master plan, originally there had been lots across the street in the open space, but we deliberately removed those in order to increase the amount of open space and really provide open parkland in a more meaningful way that can benefit the neighborhood. The proposed design of that open space area is really, it really meets the vision of an open space by being open. It's not cut up and it doesn't have two lots just floating out in the middle of it, which allows us to provide more sports field type space with a perimeter walking path that can connect in with the multi-use path that follows the Williams pipeline. We really feel like, well, I appreciate his recommendation and he's been great since 2006 in providing us with feedback on the design. With regard to those two lots and his suggestion, I think what we've proposed is a stronger proposal. As far as limiting vegetation along the south property line, that's really difficult. And it's not a component of the existing development agreement requirements. As Tamara mentioned, there are, and I summarized them for you, there's a number of protections that are already built into the development agreement and that are being honored to try and control individual homeowners' landscape is a minefield. And I don't think even the city gets into that. You provide us with recommendations and requirements for common area landscaping, but there's very few restrictions on individual homeowner plantings. So it's not a requirement that we would be willing to add to the project.
Thanks, Jason. Additional questions for Jason or Tamara? None at this time. This is your last chance. So if anybody has a quick question or follow-up. Okay. Tamara, Jason, thank you so much for being here this evening, hanging with us. And with that, if we're done discussing this point, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on H 2020-0083 South Ridge South subdivision. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So lead off.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCarville.
I'll jump in on a couple of things. I think I would actually be in agreement with the applicant on the side of not requiring another housing type right here within this. I think there's plenty of housing types within the area. I mean, we've got some decent sized lots in here, and you know, and even in the R8, and I think there's a nice variety within the area.
I agree. I think then the apartments are right next door. There's townhomes
Yeah.
right in the.
There's a ton of apartments.
Yeah, I agree.
And you know, I'm sort of, you know, doing, you know, within reason to help conserve people's views that have been there for a while. But on the other hand, you know, you can't limit what this property is. I mean, there's more view lots coming. I mean, they're going to have views as well. But I think there's some things that, you know, they've suggested within reason, you know, and I think Tamara was in agreement with already with the dark sky lighting. Yeah, and you know, the 10-foot vegetative limit on one hand, you know, it seems like a reasonable request on one hand, but on the other, who's ever going to be able to police that?
Additional comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
I would agree with Commissioner McCarville's comments there too. I don't really feel like there's a need for another housing type. I think that it's well accomplished within this area regionally. So I would be okay with striking that. The only other thing I noticed was and I don't think I want to change it necessarily. I appreciate that they've got a large section of open space, but I felt a little bad for all the R8 units that just look like rows of R8 without any breaks in them. Again, I don't know that I necessarily want to change anything, but it's something I certainly noticed. It's just a big section of R8 and there's not really any pocket parks or any other amenities on that section for those homes. It's just kind of more on the south side. So the R2 houses get great access to the big open spaces, but they have the bigger lots. And the R8, that's all kind of more packed in there. They don't have as much open space as close to them. But I think they're meeting and exceeding what they need to do for open space throughout the entire project. So just a point of conversation. Commissioner Steele also kind of touched on it, but I always hate shared drives when you've got 3 or 6 houses on one split down. I just hate those. I don't think they work well. I think it causes issues with trash collection. It causes issues when someone's got a trailer or you've got people double parked or whatever it is, guest parking. It just, they don't work well. And I don't think anybody on the commission likes them. So that would be my only point of consideration if we were going to make a recommendation to see if there was an alternative way to do that. But other than that, I'm not opposed to the development. I think it's a pretty good layout, and I think the R2 is a nice transition. And I would also echo comments about the view lots. It's hard to restrict somebody on a different property from what they want to do with it, but I think they've tried to do what they can to be accommodating to those neighbors.
So I agree with the majority of what you just said. I think the comment about the common area on the R8, that was a pretty big field and a pool in the middle, that's southeast corner, that is away from the R2, that I think is really centralized. We always talk about, like, we break up these little pieces all over the place. I love that central core. I know there's park strips all along that middle. I know it's kind of a funky, like, ribs layout, but I love the central park they have in the middle with the pool in it. So I'm not sure if I'd want to trade off for a pocket.
No, and that's why I said I don't think I want to change anything, because I'd much rather have a big open space and walk an extra few blocks to get to it. But it's just sad when you see rows of R8. I wish there was an extra pocket park, but I'm not going to make them take away from something else to add it in there.
Additional thoughts?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Yearsley.
So, you know, I think one of the banes of being on planning and zoning is having to look at a house with a 39-foot frontage, because all you see is a big garage door with a little front door. And to me, that is probably one of the most things that just I hate, just because it just, all you do is you see a garage and you don't see much of a house. And so I guess that's more of my nitpicking versus wanting to do anything about it. But I don't know, if we could get rid of some of those and make a little bit bigger lots, I would be much happier.
Commissioner Grove, I think I cut you off.
All good. I would echo a lot of what's been said, especially with what Commissioner Holland said. That north portion or northwest portion where there's no open space, but normally I would probably want to change some of that, but because of what you said also, Mr. Chair, with how big the open space is and the amenities that are there, I think that works for this. I understand what Commissioner Earsley says about the garage and how those look. I think at this point, though, for me, having houses that are smaller does improve what is available for our community in allowing more people access to home ownership. And so I'm in favor of how this has been laid out.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Seal.
I like a lot of things about the sub. I like the layout of it. I agree that the kind of the rows and rows of houses, I don't necessarily care for, but I mean, the rest of it is laid out a little bit differently. So provide some variety in the community, but the shared driveways where there's 6 homes on each one of those, I can't get over that. So I'd really like to see those eliminated, or at least limited to 3. And in doing that, I don't know. I mean, looking at essentially what Sonia's got in the staff report, she gives an example of single family attached or townhomes. That she's not necessarily saying that that's what has to go in there, but I think there's an opportunity to do both, provide something that could be different, not necessarily attached, single family attached or townhomes or something like that, but just something different in there that eliminates the need for those shared driveways. So I appreciate that it's a little bit different landscape in there, but even in the original drawings they had cul-de-sacs in there. So I just think that the community and all the services that need to be provided there and everything else would be better served by eliminating those shared driveways, or at least getting them limited to no more than 3 on a shared driveway or something along those lines. I don't know. And I can see maybe an alley load product or something like that working well in there, especially with some kind of view in mind with them.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Castelli, go right ahead.
I think the one thing on those shared driveways, I think what Jason was mentioning had with the topography there.
Tons of slope.
And I think that they're kind of limited on that. I just wanted to throw that in while I'm thinking about it. A couple of my thoughts here. I'm in agreement with the applicant. I think there's enough housing types in that area that we wouldn't try and just shove one in here for the sake of shoving it in. And we've got some of these smaller lots, these 39-foot lots. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Earsley as far as the look of that, but that will bring in I think a lower price point product and open the door. And some of those may be with some, more patio home styles that will, bring the up and open it up for more ownership. I couldn't figure out what was getting me when I looked at all those kind of those that you referred to as kind of the rib effect, the rib look. And I pointed out was that there's no green space there. It's all so straight. I'm I'm not so sold on the fact that you've got to have that huge open area by the R2s. And number one, R2 people, they got big lots. They're not going to be going to a huge common lot. It's going to be the other people that want that. So, you know, I'd ultimately like to see that move. Again, this is a plat, but I would like to see some more more open space in some of those other areas. It's those smaller lots that need close access to a pocket park. And I know in my division, we've got one huge open space area. Nobody really uses it. Every once in a while, somebody will eyeball net up there. Every once in a while, that's where we have our you know, some community events twice a year. It's not like it's full every day with kids playing in there like you might think. It's, you know, it's actually a couple of the smaller pocket parks that I think are used more because they're, you know, a block away, half a block away instead of all the way across the subdivision. So that's my thoughts on there. And then one of the comments I wanted to address too on Cole's comment is in his email was that, you know, the applicant is asking for a rezone of a significant request for a rezone. And I know they've worked together a lot. I don't see, you know, in moving those two lots, I think it's not the residents up on Val Vista didn't just say, we don't want it, we don't want it. I mean, they kind of, they took, I think they were creative. They took some time. They've obviously spent a lot of time communicating it. It sounded like the only reason why the applicant was opposed to moving those two lots is because they had that one big open area. Well, all that does is it kind of shifts it a little bit. And again, I'm more in favor of moving some of that open space even down. So I'm not, it's a preliminary plat. I would love to see some changes in there. I would like to see the applicant really look hard about moving those two lots. There's not a real reason not to do it. And I don't think that the folks up on Val Vista are asking for the moon on that. And I think it can be done. So those are my thoughts, but I would really love to see some of that open space shifted down below. And I guess I have a question, if I can. Sonia, are we just approving the rezone? I think your initial comments were they're presenting a preliminary plat, but we were only addressing the rezone. Can you clarify that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Casanelli, commissioners, no, they are requesting a rezone and a preliminary plat. So both of those items are requiring a recommendation from you to council. I would like to clarify something that's not in the staff report specifically. The applicant references 39-foot wide lots. Those do not meet the minimum dimensional standards of the R8 district. There is a minimum frontage of 40 feet. Their plat is missing dimensions on the frontages. The final plat will have to comply with the dimensional standards of the district that they're approved with, but just to note that if there are 39-foot wide lots, that does not meet the R8 standard, and they will need to be widened a little bit.
Thanks for that, Sonia. Just follow up on Commissioner Castelli's comments. I understand your comment about shifting the lot over into the open space. One of the things I don't want us to get into as a commission is view sheds are not something we can, I mean, that's just not, it's not in code. It's not anywhere we can discuss it. I mean, it's something that everybody has a right to. It's a property right that no one can take away from other people. When it's landowners to what's on their land. So I got to make sure that's not the direction we go on some of these comments, because and I really appreciate that we don't want to impact the people on Val Vista. That I totally agree, and they've been great partners. But I want to make sure that's view sheds are something that get real sticky when you go in, especially in a legal battle, because there is nothing that defines that in our code. And every property right owner has a right to their own, where their lot sits is where their view is. And so does the property owner when this is developed. So we got to make sure we don't, we got to be real careful about how we approach that. So not that that impacts my comments about, or your thoughts about the moving the lots. If that's something we think we want to do, as a good kind of partner in the city, that's okay. But let's be careful about how we approach that. I think at least in my thoughts, I'd love feedback there if there's others that have different opinion.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Just on moving those lots, I mean, the one thing, to consider is if those lots are moved and that becomes open space, there's requirements on the open space to have things like trees, things that are going to block that view anyway. I think what we're going to run up against is I think, what I'm hearing from the folks that live south of this is, essentially they don't want anything that's going to encroach upon their view set or on their view at all. And I think, as long as the buildings are kept to, certain height restrictions and things like that, that can somewhat be accomplished, but you can't necessarily tell somebody that they can't plant a tree in their backyard. And again, who's going to enforce that? I mean, everywhere we go, the mantra is plant as many trees as you can stand on your property. I mean, I think we still have the 2-tree minimum in our front yards for Ada County. So, we kind of get into that where, yeah, we might move 2 houses and then the next thing there's trees in there that are going to block the view. So, and I sympathize for them. I mean, to be perfectly honest, this is a piece of property I've eyed for a long time. Like if it ever comes available, I'm going to start shopping. So, and specifically for the fact that it's going to have great views, and there's not much that's going to pop up in front of it. Not that I'm, I don't necessarily want to look out on a whole bunch of apartments, but you do have Bogus Basin in your view as well. So, I agree. We have to be careful with what we're trying to accomplish here by accommodating them, because in trying to accommodate them, it might turn into just the opposite, where we're going to have, because of the requirements to put in trees and, bushes and things like that, it might end up doing the opposite for them. So that's my thoughts on it. I mean,
and we can't plant anything on besides grass on the Williams ladder or on the Williams pipeline, which is a big section of that green space.
Right.
So
Mr.
just
Chair.
keep that in the thought. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, I really don't, I don't see the real value in moving those 2 lots over into the middle of that green space and just kind of floating those 2 lots there in the middle of, what looks like very nicely, nice designed area. And I agree with Commissioner Seal. I mean, you take those out, you might be getting worse as far as view blockage.
Mr. Chair, can we restrict them to single story? Would that help at all?
I think Tamara put restrictions in place.
I was gonna say, I thought it was already covered, but.
Yeah. And Sonia, can you speak to that? Was that something that is in a development agreement originally?
I'm sorry, Chairman, can you repeat the question?
On the height of the R2 along the southern border?
Yes, the height is dealt with in the development agreement, and I believe I included those conditions in the conditions of approval of this staff report, if you have it handy.
I do somewhere, yes. And the 14,000 tabs I have open.
Would you like me to read you the condition, or?
That would be awesome.
No, I think we're good.
Hang on.
I think we covered it there, if I remember correctly. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, the height of the homes along the southern boundary of the subdivision shared with Val Vista and Aspen Cove subdivisions shall be limited to a maximum height of 22 feet, measured from either the midpoint of the front of the lot at the top back of curb or the midpoint of the rear of the lot, whichever is more restrictive, to the average height of the highest roof surface. In the event the maximum height of the home as so measured is lower than the top of the 6-foot tall masonry fence, then the maximum height may be increased so that the maximum height is equal to the elevation of the top of the fence at midpoint of the rear of the lot. The lots along this boundary are also required to provide a minimum 50-foot rear setback.
Thank you.
Yes.
Additional comments or thoughts? What do we need to work through? I know we have some pocket park discussions. We have common driveway discussions, and then anything else that's hanging out there that everybody has some concerns about? I think do we all agree that we don't need to have a different type of housing type unless they were going to shift the common drive lots? I think are we all okay there?
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
I mean, honestly, the only thing I have hanging out there, I understand about the parks and how things could be redone in order to accommodate, losing a little bit of that larger area and making some smaller areas to, break up the block face in those, where they're all just right in a row. I like to do everything we can to eliminate the garage farm concept for sure. But I mean, there's a lot of things in this subdivision that make that a little more difficult to do. So geographically, that is. My only hang up really is those common driveways. I think we would better serve the community by trying to get, at least reduce them to, no more than 3 at this point.
Mr. Chair, I'd say maybe no more than 4, because then you could at least have them even. There's 6 right now on them.
Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
Sonia, back to the outline. They have proposed 254 building lots. There were a lot of different numbers there in the beginning, from the original development agreement to current and the apartments and all the number breakdowns. How many more units, if you know this off the top of your head, how many more units are they proposing now than what the net after, the apartments and all that, what it should have been? I think, am I seeing 37? Is that correct?
Well, it just depends on how you do the calcs. It's 37 in the single family homes. But there was a variance that the development agreement allowed, which was, hang on just a second here. The single family units were anticipated to consist of 438 units, or a balance of the single family and the multifamily, to total 1,286 total units. So if you just look at the calcs on the single family, it's approximately 37 more. If you look at the calcs overall, the maximum number originally in the development agreement was 1,286. And today, if this development agreement's approved, they'd be at 1,451. However, it's important to note that the two multifamily developments have gone through separate approvals and are now broken out into their own development agreements and were approved for that number of units, if that makes sense. So the numbers really aren't a whole lot applicable at this point, because there's been a lot of changes to the site and the development since 2012, when this development agreement was last modified.
And I guess where I'm going on this, some of my fellow commissioners, is, can we pull out some lots? A couple of you have shown some concerns over the common driveways. Can we pull out a couple there, and then can we pull out a few in all that, the large R8 section, and keep in mind that what they're asking for too is a whole lot more R8 than there was R4 in there, and that's gone. They're asking to get rid of the R4 altogether and go replace that with R8, and there was R2 in there as well. I'm not looking at the original right now, but I don't think it would be I don't think it would be a stretch for us to ask them to eliminate some of the some lots here and there to get a pocket park in some of those R8 sections.
Additional thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Holland, go right ahead.
my only concern is if you ask him to start eliminating lots to put in open space, then we're looking more at a continuance for them to come back to us again to look at it again. I don't think we need to necessarily do that. I think we're pretty close here. I think if we were to restrict those common drives down to 4 instead of 6, I'd feel better about that. But I think with how big those open spaces are, I would say, I lived in a neighborhood before the one that I'm in now that had a fairly large open space, and it was well utilized for the neighborhood. It was mostly an R4, R8 kind of mixed neighborhood, but all of the kids were using that park. People were using it with Frisbees and dogs. And we walked 4 blocks to get to it, and we didn't mind because we liked having the bigger open space. So I think it's just personal perspective and preference there. I would prefer to have the bigger open spaces, so I don't know that I want to mess with it too much to have them eliminate lots.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner McCarville.
I would agree. I like the bigger open space. I think maybe what we're trying to get after is fewer of the 40-foot lots. So we don't have, so many of those places there be just walls of garage. Yeah, you get a little bit better varied fronts if you just, maybe we limit the number of 40-foot lots. I don't know.
Well, I think I'm in agreement with, Commissioner Holland and your comment, and Commissioner Seal, where if we start with get rid of the 6 lots on a common drive and take it to 4. Looking at and I just keep looking at kind of the qualified open space. There's green space pretty much everywhere. It's not a pocket park, but there's green space all over the place. And I do like the centralized, there's centralized places and kind of in multiple locations, but there's 2 big significant open spaces, which I kind of like. I kind of like the mix of different housing types. If you were going to do that, I'm not sure how you do it or where you start.
Yeah. I think going after eliminating those shared driveways is the bigger deal, because Yeah, just talking through this, I mean, those narrower lots do provide the housing, the different, in my mind, the different housing type. It lends itself to having the different housing type is just detached.
Yeah.
Which
So,
I like better than having more attached, being that they're so close to other townhomes and massive amounts of apartments.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. So keep in mind, this is a plat. There is a rezone associated with it, but as staff has mentioned in their presentation, there is no modification to the DA at this time. We've found that even with this rezone and the subdivision before you tonight, it is consistent with the recorded development agreement. So we have to be a little bit careful of trying to redesign and require people to lose lots and provide more open space when they already exceed code requirements. So I'll caution the commission on that discussion this evening. The other thing that the commission's missing on this exhibit before you, the qualified open space exhibit, is that the applicant's going to be building a 10-foot multi-use pathway along the Rhinedown Canal. That is a ring around this community. So you don't see that green line going up along that north boundary of this project, which to me is probably one of the better amenities for this development, because that's a tremendous amount of pathway being added with this development. And to me, that's what gives you that walking path and starts connecting some of that open space in here. So keep that in mind. It's hard to see it because it only has to be 15 feet wide, but that's a tremendous asset to this community. And it does tie, not only does the road network tie into the adjacent South Ridge to the east, but it also ties into the pathway system into that development as well. So we're going to have a mile segment of pathway through this entire development when it's done. So I just wanted to at least bring that to your attention as you're deliberating tonight.
No, Bill, that was hugely helpful. Thank you. And so, but I think we can request a modification of the DA that no more than 4 lots come off a common drive, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I probably wouldn't go that route just to modify a DA to reduce 2 lots. The applicants demonstrated that it can work in the development to the east. Sonia's conditioned it appropriately to make sure that we're adequately addressing our concerns and the fire department's concerns. So at this point, I mean, we hear you. We understand what you're saying. If the applicant's amenable to losing a few lots, I think maybe opening up and having that discussion with them about doing that, or maybe even Jason can explain how it worked in the previous phases. Because again, we've already done this before farther to the east. Doesn't mean we have to do it again. But again, I don't know what the benefit is to opening up a DA and doing a DA mod to lose 4 lots. At the end of the day, it's got to work. It's got to meet code, and the code allows up to 6 units off of common drive.
Got it.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we just make a recommendation that the applicant might consider alternatives to that shared drive, but make it not a requirement.
Yeah. Bill's all kinds of rays of sunshine this evening. He just drops the mic and starts beating everybody about the head. Thanks, Bill. Where were you a half an hour ago? No, I'm just joking.
Trying to get you to bed earlier.
Lisa said that was an hour and a half long ago. Sorry. Anyway, I'm getting loopy. Anyone have additional comments around that? I tend to agree with Bill's comments. I think this is pretty baked into, and it has been for a while after 13 years of working on it. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Holland.
Just to clarify, is there anything that we do want to condition then, or it sounds like we've kind of resolved almost everything at this point. We're not planning to condition much.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention too that the applicant will have to lose some lots. Some of their lot sizes don't meet code. So by virtue of just code, they're going to probably have to reconfigure some of those R8 lots to meet our dimensional standards.
Then if that's the case, I mean, I think and I'll leave this up to you guys making motions, but maybe we make a recommendation that they look at losing some R8 lots in the middle. They look at removing the 6 lots on a common drive, and trying to find some way to put, I don't know, pocket parks in somewhere. I mean, I leave it up to you guys, but and it's more of a recommendation going forward than a actual condition.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hall,
I'm going to attempt something.
you go.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to City Council file number. I just lost the file number.
83.
File number 2020-0083 for Southridge South with the, as presented during the hearing date on December 17th, 2020, with the following recommendations: that the applicant would consider alternative options for where the shared drive meets 6 lots, and that the applicant might also take some time considering the dense R8 section in the possibility of removing a few lots or adding another couple spots of green space in there.
And the housing type piece is.
Yeah.
And that we would remove the condition and requirement for an alternative type of housing product to be provided.
I think that's 8A, isn't it?
Condition 8A.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of file number H2020-0083 with modifications and recommendations. Any other further comments? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Same.
Nay. Aye.
So I have a Commissioner Castanelli, Commissioner Yearsley, is that right? Or Commissioner Grove?
I said aye.
Okay. Commissioner Grove, did you want to be, you were the other nay?
I was aye.
Oh, you were
Was
aye?
Commissioner Castanelli was a nay.
Okay. Sorry, was there any other, I just want to make sure we're clear. Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, Tamara and Jason and members of the public. Hopefully we'll work through this and it will be a successful partnership for everybody going forward. With that, can I get one more motion?
Mr. Chair, adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to let Commissioner Holland go to bed. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you guys.
Good night.
Night, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
I gotta go.
Merry Christmas. I hope you guys have a great one.
Yes. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, last item. If you want to run for my position as chair, because I'm retiring, we're doing that on the 7th. So bring your
Just from that position or from the commission?
What's that?
Are you retiring from the commission or just your position?
I'm retiring from the commission.
What?
After 5 years, I'm done. I'm hanging it up.